Chapter 6:21. In a hurry, after exchanging 5 blows, Ing Wu-ji's entire body was already cold. At this moment, his body leaned back uncontrollably, leaving his chest wide open. In his field of vision, a long saber stabbed straight at him. He couldn't dodge it. He couldn't dodge it. The injuries he had suffered in Humane Valley and the price he had to pay for activating the secret technique had slowed his reaction speed a lot, so he had no power to resist this blow. When they first exchanged blows, Ing Wu-ji was shocked by the strength Lu Yi had displayed and felt that he could fight evenly with him. But in just 2 short breaths, what he thought was an even match had turned into a complete one-sided crush. He madly urged his protective spirit chi and watched helplessly as the long saber stabbed into his chest. A flash of light erupted from the pitch-black saber, and a complex and mysterious pattern flashed across it. Double-edged spirit inscriptions. His already disordered spiritual energy was unable to provide him with much protection in a hurry. Under this strike, his protective spirit chi was directly broken, and the mountain saber stabbed into Ing Wu-ji's chest. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows. The moment the saber stabbed into the other party's body, he felt that there seemed to be something blocking the saber's advance on his chest, and there was even a light tinkling sound. This black cat-faced ghost cultivator was wearing a treasure similar to a heart-protecting mirror. Pooh! Using the force of the impact, Ing Wu-ji's figure was forced back, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. This was not because he was injured by Lu Yi, but because he was already injured. Quickly pulling back a few feet, Ing Wu-ji no longer had any thoughts about Lu Yi and turned around. He flew into the air. Lu Yi had already caught up, but after taking a step, he saw Ing Wu-ji's body wrapped in a layer of blood-red mist, as if his blood was boiling and evaporating. He directly turned into a red light and flew away. His speed was so fast that even Lu Yi couldn't catch up with him. This secret technique again. When he was in Humane Valley, this ghost cultivator had used this secret technique to escape, and he had used it again in such a short time. No matter what this secret technique was, just from the signs when it was activated, it was clear that it was not a simple secret technique. Once it was activated, there would be a great backlash. Lu Yi did not chase after this person. Although he felt that, if he did, there was a high chance that he could kill this person, he was now the one being hunted. He had just been transported out of the Return to Heaven's Spirit Land, so what he needed to do now was to quickly hide. Currently, there were only 2 choices in front of Lu Yi. One was to go deep into the Taimong Mountains, and the other was to leave the Taimong Mountains. This place could be considered as the deepest part of the Taimong Mountains. However, due to the wolf pack's frequent hunting, there were generally no demonic beasts living near the spiritual land. If one continued to venture deeper into the Taimong Mountains, it would be very easy to encounter some powerful demonic beasts. Of course, there wouldn't be any overlord-level demonic beasts like the berserk giant ape. But to cultivators, some powerful bird-type demonic beasts were often more dangerous than the berserk giant ape. If he left the Taimong Mountains, there was no need to worry about encountering any demonic beasts. At that time, he would have to face a large number of myriad demons ridge cultivators. Although there were only a few hundred people besieging the Spirit Land this time, that was because the cultivators who were not strong enough could not go deep into the Spirit Land. Those hundreds of people were basically all 6th-order cultivators and above. Now that they heard the news, there were more than a few hundred myriad demons ridge cultivators rushing to the periphery of the Taimong Mountains. There were probably thousands of them, and as time passed, the number would only increase. It seemed like there were 2 choices, but in fact, there was only one in front of Lu Yi. He did not hesitate to take the risk of leaving the Spirit Land and not using the Heaven's Fate Pillar to return to the 9 State. It was not to hide from the myriad demons ridge cultivators. In the Spirit Stream battlefield, he was hunted by all kinds of people, but when his strength reached a certain level, he dominated the entire battlefield. Many myriad demons' ridge sects trembled in front of him. The current him was far from having the strength to dominate the Cloud River battlefield, but strength was something that could only be accumulated bit by bit. Moreover, the situation in the Cloud River battlefield was different from the Spirit Stream battlefield. There were no sects here, and if someone provoked him in the Spirit Stream battlefield, the monk could run, but the temple could not. The Cloud River battlefield was different. Even if someone provoked him, they were not his opponent now, and if they wanted to take revenge in the future, they might not be able to find the person. Therefore, in the Cloud River battlefield, revenge had to be done as soon as possible, preferably not overnight. Without hesitation, Lu Yi immediately rushed towards the periphery of the Taimong Mountains. After the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, several streams of light flashed across the sky. The person in the lead was Song Jue from Abyss Rainbow Hall. The people beside him were his junior brothers and junior sisters. They had been hiding in the crowd, secretly agreeing with his words and adding fuel to the fire. Now that their plan to join forces with Ing Wuji to kill Lu Yi had failed, Lu Yi had used the transmission array to escape the Spirit Land. The hundreds of myriad demons' ridge cultivators had spread out to search for him, so there was no need for them to hide. If they joined forces, as long as they could find Lu Ye's whereabouts, taking him down would be as easy as crushing a conch. At this moment, the few of them were rushing nearby. They did not fly high, and as they flew, they seemed to be searching for something. "Senior brother, over there!" Suddenly, an eighth-order cultivator pointed somewhere below. Song Jue looked over and immediately led the others to descend. Not far in front of them, a man wearing a black cat mask was leaning against a big rock, his head drooping, motionless. His clothes were stained red with blood, as if he had been soaked in it. Strangely, there were no particularly obvious external injuries on his body. This person was naturally Ing Wuji, but unlike when he appeared in the Spirit Land and when he appeared in front of Lu Yi just now, the current Ing Wuji seemed to have lost a lot of weight. In such a short period of time, he had used his secret technique to escape twice. This was the price he had to pay. And these so-called secret techniques were not easily used. If Ing Wuji's foundation was not strong enough, he might have really died. "Is he dead?" a seventh-order female cultivator asked softly. Anyone who saw Ing Wuji like this would think he was dead. His drooping head suddenly lifted and his hands moved as Ing Wuji struggled to speak. "Don't speak nonsense, cough cough." Ing Wuji coughed violently and blood flowed out from the corners of his mouth. Song Jue frowned. "How did you end up like this?" Even if Ing Wuji had been injured by the spirit array arranged by Lu Yi in the Spirit Land, even if he had used his secret technique, he should not have been so weak. He finally understood why Ing Wuji had suddenly sent him a message and called him over. In this state, if no one came to protect him, any random demonic beast would be able to kill Ing Wuji without a doubt. Ing Wuji was calling for help. "Lu Yi." Ing Wuji called out. "What?" Song Jue was startled and suddenly reacted. "You met Lu Yi? Where is he?" Ing Wuji raised his hand with great effort and pointed in a direction, 40 miles away. After he finished speaking, his raised hand fell to the ground. He really didn't have any strength left. With this kind of injury, he wouldn't be able to recover without half a month to a month of rest. To a powerful ghost cultivator like him, who had even killed a true lake-stage cultivator, his current state was simply too unsightly. It filled his heart with humiliation. Song Jue immediately flew up and hurriedly rushed in the direction Ing Wuji had pointed while calling out, "Junior brother Lu, stay here and take care of him." Ing Wuji's weak voice rang out in his ear, "Don't be careless, he's very strong." Song Jue pretended not to hear. Lu Yi was just a fifth order, how could he be stronger than him? The most important thing now was to find his whereabouts. Song Jue and the others quickly left, leaving behind a bearded man. It was junior brother Lu. After all, Ing Wuji was a cultivator from Sun Luo Temple, a sect from the War Province. Sun Luo Temple and Abyss Rainbow Temple had always been close, so Song Jue naturally would not ignore the other party's life or death. Junior brother Lu was a 7th-order cultivator, so it would not be a problem for him to take care of the injured Ing Wuji. Following the direction Ing Wuji had pointed out, Song Jue led his junior brothers and junior sisters all the way and soon arrived at the cave where Lu Yi and Song Jue had fought. After carefully examining it, they confirmed that there were indeed traces of a fight here, but there were not many, so it was obvious that the fight had not been going on for long. After exploring the cave again, they found a hidden spirit array. Even if they knew nothing about spirit arrays, they were certain that this was a transmission array left behind by Lu Yi. The other party had used this transmission array to directly teleport here from returning Heaven Valley. There were not many useful clues. Although they were certain that Ing Wuji had met Lu Yi here, it was difficult to determine where he was now. With no other choice, they could only continue to search. Under the leadership of Song Jue from Abyss Rainbow Temple, hundreds of cultivators from Myriad Demon Ridge had forcibly suppressed Lu Yi's spirit land. There was actually a pillar of heaven's secrets in the spirit land. Originally, Lu Yi had the opportunity to use the pillar of heaven's secrets to directly return to the 9 regions, but he made a surprising decision. He left his spirit land through the transmission array and declared that if anyone dared to break into his spirit land, he would return to the spirit stream battlefield and destroy the other party's sect station. No one knew why Lu Yi would make such an irrational move, but this undoubtedly gave the cultivators of Myriad Demon Ridge great hope. Lu Yi was currently hiding somewhere in the Taimang Mountains. Whoever could find him would have a chance of obtaining the huge reward. Through the continuous spread of the battlefield imprints of the cultivators, countless cultivators of Myriad Demon Ridge received this news in just a short day. Especially those cultivators of Myriad Demon Ridge, who were in the Taimang Mountains and had not been able to reach returning Heaven Valley. Their cultivation and strength were insufficient, so they could not go deeper into the Taimang Mountains. They had thought that this trip would be in vain, but the situation had taken a turn for the worse and brought them hope. Suddenly, they were full of energy and began to search around. However, for the entire day, none of the tens of millions of Myriad Demon Ridge cultivators in the Taimang Mountains had found a trace of Lu Yi. No one knew where he was hiding. Chapter 6:22. Night fell and darkness enveloped the sky. A new moon rose and the stars twinkled in the sky. In a mountain wilderness about 500 kilometers away from returning Heaven Valley, several cultivators were besieging a blue-eyed porcupine. Even though the Taimang Mountains were filled with danger, there were many fortuitous encounters hidden within it. There were rare demon beasts, rare medicinal herbs, and many minerals that were difficult to find outside. All of these fortuitous encounters were extremely attractive to cultivators. Cultivators were a group of people who liked to pursue profit. Because cultivation required a lot of resources, the monthly salary that each sect gave to their disciples was not enough to meet the needs of the cultivators. This was the case for both large and small sections. It was not that the sects were stingy, but they used this method to encourage their disciples to obtain more cultivation resources through their own means. At the same time, they used this method to sharpen their disciples. Otherwise, if one only knew how to cultivate and did not know how to fight, no matter how high one's cultivation was, it would only be an empty shell. Only Lu Yi could take cultivation resources from his sect's treasury without any restrictions. The large amount of resources in the sect's treasury were all plundered by him from Myriad Demon's Ridge and belonged to him. Although Shui Yuan was nominally in charge of the distribution of the sect's resources, how could she make things difficult for him over such a trivial matter? Before Lu Yi, although the Blue Blood sect could not be said to be poor, it did not have many resources. Shui Yuan's cultivation was even affected. Otherwise, with her aptitude, she could have broken through to the Spirit Sea realm long ago. Why would she have delayed until last year? Now, the Blue Blood sect had accumulated an incalculable amount of resources in the sect's treasury due to Lu Ye's various actions. In the Great Mang Mountains, blue-eyed porcupines were a very common monster beast. They could be found everywhere in the Great Mang Mountains. Although they were common, they were very valuable monster beasts. Their skin and flesh were extremely tender and had a certain effect on body tempering. If eaten over a long period of time, it could improve one's vitality. Not to mention, monster generals had monster cores in their bodies. The stronger the blue-eyed porcupine, the more valuable it was. Several myriad demons ridge cultivators were dealing with this blue-eyed porcupine. Judging from its monster chi fluctuations, it was a monster general comparable to an 8th order Cloud River realm cultivator. Several cultivators at the 6th or 7th order cooperated with each other, with the strong body cultivator attracting the blue-eyed porcupine's attention, while the remaining armament cultivators, Dharma cultivators, and ghost cultivators waited for an opportunity to attack. The situation was under their control. The battle had been going on for quite some time. The blue-eyed porcupine's body was covered in wounds, and its body was dyed red with blood. Its throat constantly emitted low growls, but it was still a trapped beast. Every time it tried to break out of the encirclement and escape, it would be beaten back by a violent attack. If nothing unexpected happened, it wouldn't take long for them to take down this demonic beast. Their search for Lu Yi was fruitless. Since they encountered a monster beast with decent value, they decided to take it down. This kind of thing didn't just happen to these myriad Devil Ridge cultivators. Looking at the current Tai Mang Mountains, similar scenes could be seen everywhere. The few of them were concentrating on dealing with the demonic beasts in front of them. No one would have thought that in the darkness, a figure was quietly approaching them. It wasn't until a strange sound was heard, accompanied by a short scream, that they were shocked. Turning their heads to look, they saw the armament cultivator in the group kneeling on the ground with his hand covering his chest. Behind the armament cultivator, a figure had appeared out of nowhere and was pulling out a long saber from the armament cultivator's body. When everyone turned their heads, that person pounced towards the spell cultivator at the side at lightning speed. His speed was extremely fast. The Dharma cultivator was in the middle of casting a spell. Seeing this scene, he panicked and hurriedly stopped casting his spell. His figure quickly retreated, while madly urging his body protecting spirit energy. In the blink of an eye, a figure appeared in front of the Dharma cultivator. The strong sense of oppression made it difficult for the Dharma cultivator to breathe. He instinctively urged his spirit energy, and at the same time, a huge repulsive force swept out in all directions. However, the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him suddenly disappeared. At the same time, he caught a glimpse of a flash of saber light from the side. The Dharma cultivator's body protecting spirit energy only lasted for less than 2 breaths before it completely shattered. The last thing he felt was a trace of insignificant pain spreading through his body. But soon, the pain became extremely clear and intense, causing him to scream. The bright saber light flashed past, and the scream came to an abrupt end. Lu Yi! A cry of alarm rang out. It was the ghost cultivator who shouted. His heart was filled with horror. In just 2 breaths of time, 2 of the team of 4 had died. His heart was filled with grief and confusion. Wasn't Lu Yi a armament cultivator? But looking at the method he used just now, it was clearly something only a ghost cultivator could use. Did he also cultivate a ghost cultivator sect? He had never heard of such a thing. Despite his surprise and horror, he still instinctively rushed towards Lu Yi to kill him. After all, he was a 7th order cultivator, while Lu Yi was only a 5th order cultivator. The other party was able to kill his companions by relying on a sneak attack. Now that his figure had been exposed, there was no reason for him to miss it. As long as he killed Lu Yi, how could a trivial blue-eyed porcupine compare to the bounty he would receive? It would be countless blue-eyed porcupines. He seemed to be able to see the scene of him soaring in the future with the huge bounty on his head. However, after 3 breaths of time, the excitement in his heart was completely replaced by deep horror. As the spirit artifacts collided, sparks flew everywhere. The 7th Order Ghost Cultivator stumbled back with a look of disbelief on his face. In a head-on confrontation, he was completely suppressed by a 5th Order Armament Cultivator. It wasn't just suppression, it was simply crushing. The strength, speed, and adaptability of the other party's attacks far exceeded his own. After 5 breaths of time, the Ghost Cultivator's arms were completely numb, and his spirit chi was extremely scattered from the collision. After another 2 breaths, a head flew up and a headless corpse fell to the ground. Lu Yi immediately turned around and charged towards the body cultivator. The body cultivator's eyes were about to pop out of their socket. He was not only heartbroken over the death of his companions, but also horrified by the powerful strength displayed by Lu Yi. A 5th Order cultivator had killed 3 of his companions in a short period of time. If it hadn't happened right under his nose, he wouldn't have believed it. When Lu Yi killed the 2nd spirit cultivator, the body cultivator wanted to help, but the injured blue-eyed porcupine seemed to have gone crazy. It charged at him again and again, and the body cultivator couldn't escape at all. A monster general comparable to an 8th Order Cloud River Realm cultivator could be easily defeated by the 4 of them working together, but if he was alone, he could barely contend against it. If he left it alone, the body cultivator was sure that the blue-eyed porcupine's fangs would make a few holes in his body. Seeing his 3rd ghost cultivator companion die under Lu Yi's blade, the body cultivator realized that he was in big trouble this time. When Lu Yi joined the attack, the 7th Order body cultivator's death was already destined. The blue-eyed porcupine seemed to know that Lu Yi wasn't an enemy. Its scarlet eyes only focused on the body cultivator, ignoring Lu Yi. The moment his spirit chi protection collapsed, the body cultivator let the blue-eyed porcupine pierce 2 holes in his waist and abdomen. The spirit artifact shield in his hand blocked Lu Yi's slash. Then, he pushed his spirit chi and let out a long howl. Song Jue had said before that if he found any trace of Lu Yi, he would let out a long howl to warn him. At the last moment of his life, he finally remembered this. Of course, he wouldn't have a good end, but he definitely wouldn't let Lu Yi have it easy either. The howl stopped when the mountain coiling saber slashed down. Lu Yi didn't even have time to collect his spoils of war. He plunged into the night and quickly disappeared. The blue-eyed porcupine, covered in blood, also rushed in another direction and fled. A short while later, a team rushed over after hearing the howl. All they saw were 4 corpses lying on the ground. The battlefield was a mess, and the thick smell of blood assailed their nostrils. In another location, 3 cultivators had just experienced a battle of hunting demonic beasts, and they were meditating and adjusting their breathing. Among the 3, one of them cultivated the Tao of spirit arrays as well. Before meditating, he had set up a few simple warning arrays nearby. If a monster beast approached, the array would warn them. This was also the reason why the 3 of them dared to meditate together with peace of mind. However, when Lu Yi lurked here, those simple warning arrays didn't work at all. He was a formation cultivator himself, so his attainments in the Tao of spirit arrays were much higher than the magic cultivators. Even if he didn't activate his clear vision spirit patterns, he could still see some traces of array formations with his naked eye. In his field of vision, the other party's array formations weren't refined at all. Approaching the target, suddenly launching an attack, the battle erupting abruptly and ending quickly. A dozen breaths later, when Lu Yi collected his spoils of war and left, only 3 corpses remained on the ground. A strange floral fragrance wafted through the air. Some cultivators followed the fragrance and found this place. They immediately saw a purple flower growing between the cracks of the rock. The peanut had 5 petals, and each petal had some strange patterns. At first glance, it looked as if there was an open eye growing on it. Although the cultivator attracted by the flower wasn't proficient in medicinal theory, as a qualified cultivator, he still had the eyesight to distinguish some heavenly treasures. He could tell at a glance that this purple flower was a rare medicinal herb. After saying a few words to his companion, he excitedly took out his tools to collect the purple flower. But the moment he stretched out his hand, a pitch-black saber suddenly attacked from the side. The cultivator didn't even have time to react before the saber pierced through his waist and into his heart. The saber was pulled out, bringing with it a spray of blood. His companion instinctively counterattacked in a scream, but what greeted him was a storm of saber lights. A figure flashed through the air, the spirit energy fluctuations around him revealing that he was an 8th order cultivator. Even though it was already late, he didn't give up on searching for Lu Ye's whereabouts. He knew that the longer he waited, the more difficult it would be to find Lu Ye. At the same time, he had to guard against the other experts of the myriad Demon Ridge. His powerful 8th order cultivation was the source of his confidence in acting alone. Some people had invited him to accompany them before, but he had rejected them all. How could sharing the benefits with others compare to taking the bounty alone? To be continued. Chapter 623. Because he was searching for Lu Ye, this 8th order cultivator didn't fly too high, only about 400 meters above the ground. This was a very clever height, allowing him to see the situation on the ground while also ensuring that he had enough time to react if he was attacked. From this point alone, this person was an experienced cultivator. As he flew over a certain area, he suddenly sensed a weak spirit energy fluctuation from below. If he hadn't been extremely focused, he would have missed this anomaly. He immediately looked in that direction and saw a figure quickly shuttling through the woods like a startled bird. Even though it was night, the other party's figure was clearly imprinted in his eyes. Lu Yi. The cultivator was overjoyed. He didn't expect to actually find Lu Ye's trace. Sighing at his good fortune, he quickly chased forward and arrived in front of Lu Yi in the blink of an eye. Then, he descended from the sky, holding a machete in his hand. Pushing his spirit energy, he slashed at Lu Yi like an eagle swooping down on its prey. With a bang, Lu Yi, who was running away, was pressed down by a strong force. The spirit energies of the two spirit artifacts collided and exploded. Under the shockwave, the two were suddenly separated. Lu Yi stood on the ground and slid back several dozen meters, leaving 2 deep marks in the ground. On the other hand, his opponent flipped over and landed lightly. In this confrontation, it seemed that Lu Yi was at a disadvantage, but the strength he erupted in an instant caused his opponent's brow to twitch. Lu Ye's spirit energy fluctuations were indeed 5th order, but the strength he showed was far more than that. However, this person didn't care too much. Lu Yi was famous and could kill enemies above his realm, so it wasn't surprising for him to have such a performance. But in the end, he was trapped here. Just as he was thinking this, a figure emerged from the ground behind him like a ghost. Lu Yi sometimes thought that Yi had actually chosen the wrong sect. If she had chosen a ghost cultivator, she would have been able to display more potential than any other ghost cultivator. Unfortunately, when he joined Blue Blood sect, there were only 2 people in the sect. One was Shui Yuan, and the other was the sect master. Yi had once studied medicine under Shui Yuan, but she realized that she had no talent in this area. She could only follow the sect master to cultivate spells. She was extremely talented in the Tao of spell arts. No matter how profound the spell arts were, she could quickly grasp them. Moreover, because she was a spirit, there weren't many restrictions when she cast spell arts. She could cast all kinds of spell arts. Aside from lightning spells, perhaps it was because of her spiritual body, but Yi was very afraid of lightning-type spells, let alone cultivating them herself. No matter what, since Yi had embarked on the path of Dharma cultivation and had outstanding talent, it was no longer appropriate for her to switch to another sect. She could only wait until she was stronger in the future to consider cultivating in the ghostly cultivation sect. Even though she had never come into contact with the Tao of ghost cultivators, as a spirit body, she was born with some advantages that ghost cultivators couldn't reach. At this moment, she silently appeared behind the enemy, and the enemy did not notice at all. It wasn't until E summoned the 9-spirit array diagram that the 8th order weapon cultivator was startled. However, before he could investigate what kind of danger was behind him, his vision blurred and he suddenly appeared in a stone forest. "Find a place to hide," Lu Yi ordered before rushing into the 9-spirit array diagram. Time passed by, and after the time it would take to drink a cup of tea, Yi shook the 9-spirit array diagram and Lu Ye's figure appeared. There were a few more wounds on his body, but they weren't serious, just flesh wounds. At his feet was the corpse of the 8th order weapon cultivator. Comparatively speaking, this person had many injuries on his body. His clothes were almost dyed red with blood. Even though he had lost all vitality, his eyes were still wide open, as if he had died with a grievance. He had indeed died with his eyes wide open. Against Lu Yi, the two were evenly matched at first, but since they were inside the 9-spirit array diagram, Yi could naturally interfere slightly. With her secret cooperation, how could this 8th order weapon cultivator be Lu Ye's opponent? In the end, he was hacked to death by Lu Yi. "Let's go," Lu Yi called out and picked a direction at random. It was almost dawn, and after hunting for an entire night, he had consumed a lot of energy and needed to rest. Half an hour later, in a concealment array, Lu Yi sat cross-legged and swallowed a spirit pill to restore himself. When he returned from Fox Immortal Valley, Lu Yi felt that he had the ability to fight against an 8th order cultivator, but he hadn't had the chance to verify it until just now, when he finally found a lone 8th order weapon cultivator. After fighting with each other, he confirmed his conjecture. Under normal conditions, he did have the ability to fight against an 8th order cultivator. Even without Yi's secret help, Lu Yi was confident he could kill the other party. This undoubtedly meant that he now had the ability to kill enemies 3 minor realms above him. Before, he could only fight against enemies 2 minor realms above him at most. The opportunity he obtained in Fox Immortal Valley played a huge part in this change. The baptism bestowed by Heaven's secret sect allowed him, Li Baxian, and the others to greatly increase their strength. And this was only under normal conditions. If he could activate his beast transformation secret technique, his strength would increase greatly. Perhaps he could even fight against a 9th order cultivator? Lu Yi couldn't be sure about this. Although he had killed a 9th order cultivator in a one-on-one fight, he had relied on his talent tree to isolate the flames in the battle with Huoliao Yuan. It could be said that he had exhausted Huoliao Yuan to death. That was a special case, so he couldn't be sure. However, the activation of the beast transformation secret technique required a long time of preparation and resonance. So far, Lu Yi had only activated it once. In any case, the current him could be said to be a member of the Cloud River realm. He was no longer a weakling who could be bullied by anyone when he first entered the Cloud River battlefield. This was also why he dared to leave the Spirit Land. Anyone who dared to underestimate him because of his cultivation would inevitably pay a heavy price. None of the myriad Demon Ridge cultivators expected Lu Ye's revenge to come so quickly. From the perspective of the cultivators of the myriad Devil Ridge, he had left the spiritual land and was hiding in the Tai Mang Mountains. Right now, he must be hiding here and there like a stray dog. What they needed to do now was to constantly search for him, find him, and then kill him. However, in just one night, 4 or 5 teams had already disappeared without a trace. The myriad Demon Ridge cultivators moved in groups of 3 to 5, which greatly facilitated Lu Ye's hunting operations. When he was in the Spirit Stream realm, he had been hunted down many times like this. However, the current him was no longer a Spirit Stream realm cultivator. When he was in the Spirit Stream realm, he hadn't mastered the concealment and aura concealment spirit inscriptions. It was difficult for him to hide his whereabouts under the large-scale search of the enemy. He could only constantly escape and change his position. Now it was different. With the support of the concealment and aura concealment spirit inscriptions, he could use the means of a ghost cultivator as a weapon cultivator. The myriad demon ridge cultivators thought he was prey, but in fact, in his opinion, the myriad demon ridge cultivators were his prey. In one night, the disappearance of 4 or 5 teams didn't attract too much attention. These myriad devil ridge cultivators were mostly with their own sect members or friends. They rarely communicated with others, so even if they disappeared, most people wouldn't know. It was the same for 1 night, 2 nights, and 3 nights. The myriad demon ridge finally realized that something was wrong. This was especially true for Song Jue. When he was rousing the cultivators of the myriad demon ridge at the entrance of Heaven Returning Valley, many of them exchanged battle marks with him. Every night, a batch of battle marks would disappear. This was clearly not the doing of a monster beast, but someone who had done it. In Tai Mang Mountain, other than a large number of myriad demon ridge cultivators, there was only Lu Yi. Was that guy so powerful? Song Jue did not quite understand. He recalled Ing Wuji's last words, telling him to be careful of Lu Yi because the other party was very strong. Song Jue suddenly realized that he seemed to have underestimated Lu Yi all this time. He didn't even know how deep Lu Yi's foundation was. If the disappearance of these myriad Devil Ridge cultivators was caused by Lu Yi, then this person's strength was definitely stronger than he had expected. What annoyed him even more was that he had not been able to find Lu Yi's whereabouts for the past few days. Ever since this guy left Return Sky Valley through the teleportation array, it was as if he had completely evaporated. However, Song Jue knew that Lu Yi was still in Tai Mang Mountain. If those myriad demon ridge cultivators disappeared because of him, then he would definitely continue to act like this. The 4th night came. Song Jue was prepared this time. He deliberately contacted the myriad demon ridge cultivators in advance and asked for their location before waiting quietly. When one of the battlefield brands suddenly disappeared, Song Jue immediately soared into the air and rushed in a certain direction. The others followed closely behind him. However, by the time he arrived with his junior brothers and junior sisters, it was already too late. Several corpses were lying on the ground with blood splattered all over. He carefully examined them and found that the fatal wounds on the bodies of the dead were all saber wounds. Judging from the traces left at the scene, the battle did not last long. Such a 4-person team, all of them 6th or 7th order cultivators, was already a good combination. How could Lu Yi, a 5th order cultivator, kill so many people in such a short time? Or did he have some helpers around him? But Lu Yi left Return Sky Valley alone. How could he have any helpers around him? There were too many things that Song Jue could not find out. The only thing he knew was that Lu Yi was indeed stronger than he thought. Just as Song Jue was pondering, a stream of light passed by not far away. As if discovering them, the stream of light changed direction and landed in front of them, revealing a person's figure. The person nodded slightly to Song Jue. Brother Song. Brother Zizai. The person who came was called Ning Zizai, also a 9th order cultivator from a 2nd grade sect in Yu Province. They had met before in Return Sky Valley and had also dealt with Song Jue before, so they were naturally familiar with each other. Chapter 624. Brother Song, is this Lu Yi's doing? Ning Zizai looked at the corpses on the ground. Song Jue said, I just arrived, but it looks like it. Ning Zizai asked, Do you mind if I take a look? What was there to mind? It was just a few corpses. Song Jue said, Brother Zizai, help yourself. Ning Zizai squatted down and carefully examined the corpses for a while. He even turned the corpses over and over again. Seeing this, the people behind Song Jue frowned, wondering if this guy had some special fetish. After a long while, Ning Zizai stood up with a thoughtful look on his face. Brother Zizai, what did you find? Song Jue asked. Ning Zizai said, Nothing much, but judging from the injuries, they are no different from the people who died in the past few days. I can be sure that it was done by the same person. Brother Zazai, have you been examining the corpses for the past few days? It's not on purpose. I just happened to come across them, so I took a look. He turned to look at Song Jue. Brother Song, can you be sure that this was done by Luye? Song Jue thought, who would you ask me? However, he couldn't say that in front of his junior brothers and junior sisters, so he said, Luye uses a saber, and these people died from saber wounds. It's basically him. I remember that Luye is a weapon cultivator. Ning Zizai was full of doubts, but, according to my observation, one of the people who died in each group must have died from a sneak attack from behind. This is a bit like a ghost cultivator's method, so I suspect that Luye has some helpers around him. Otherwise, how could he have killed so many people on his own? And that helper must be a powerful ghost cultivator. This happened to coincide with Song Jue's previous doubts. For a moment, both of them felt that Luye must have some helpers around him. In fact, Luye did have helpers around him, but it wasn't like the two of them thought. His helpers were only Hu Po and Yi. Song Jue and Ning Zizai chatted casually for a while more before they went their separate ways. They agreed to exchange information if they found anything. As for whether they would exchange information or not, only each of them knew. For ninth-order cultivators like them, if they really found Luye, they would definitely kill him immediately. Why would they exchange information with others? After the fifth night, the Myriad Demon Ridge side lost another 2 teams. At the same time, Luye also discovered a problem. There were fewer and fewer targets for him to attack. Luye had killed a lone 8th order cultivator before, so if there were other lone 8th order cultivators, with the 9 spirit array in Yi's hands and her secret help, Luye could easily kill them. However, if this 8th order cultivator had a companion, Luye could only temporarily avoid them. If he could not guarantee that he could escape unscathed, he would definitely not act rashly. Only when he was sure that he had the ability to kill all the enemies in his sight would he launch a sneak attack from the shadows. Currently, the various teams scattered in the depths of Tai Mang Mountains were led by 8th Order and even 9th Order Masters, so Luye naturally couldn't touch such a group. As a result, after a few nights of hunting, there were fewer and fewer targets for him to choose from. Moreover, as the number of Myriad Devil Ridge cultivators increased, the surviving Myriad Devil Ridge cultivators became even more vigilant and united. In the first few nights, Luye didn't encounter many teams. The smallest had 2 people, and the largest had 3 or 4 people. He didn't encounter any teams of 5 people. There were even some teams that thought they were acting alone. However, many of the teams he encountered last night had merged into groups of 2 or 3, and the number of people had expanded to 7 to a dozen. Even if there was no 8th Order or 9th Order cultivator in such a team, Luye didn't dare to provoke them. With his current strength, it wasn't too risky to deal with teams with less than 5 people and no 8th Order cultivators, but it was impossible to go beyond this range. Therefore, after a night of hunting, only 2 teams of Myriad Devil Ridge cultivators died at his hands, a total of 7 people. Compared to the number of people on the first day, it could be said that the disparity was huge. After a few days of hunting, Luye could finally vent the frustration in his heart. Although he wanted to kill Song Jue and the others, he knew that it was unrealistic. It was time to leave Tai Mang Mountains. Now that his cultivation wasn't enough, he couldn't always hide here with the Myriad Devil Ridge cultivators. A cultivator's cultivation was still mainly focused on improving their cultivation. Although the location of returning Spirit Land had been exposed, he had left many spirit arrays and Heaven's Fate pillars in the Spirit Land. If they encountered any unstoppable danger, 4th Senior Brother and the others could use the Heaven's Fate pillars to escape back to the 9 states. Their safety was very guaranteed. Moreover, with the words he left behind before leaving returning Spirit Land, before he died, which Myriad Devil Ridge cultivator would dare to attack returning Spirit Land? If they attacked today, Lu Yi would return to the Spirit Stream battlefield tomorrow and destroy their sex station. It wasn't that he hadn't done this before. It was precisely because he had done it once that he had such a strong deterrent. The sky was about to brighten. Lu Yi raised his hand and tapped on the battlefield mark, sending a message to Li Baxian, "Senior brother, I'm preparing to leave Tai Mang Mountains." He had also sent messages to Li Baxian these days, but they didn't talk too much, just simply reporting that he was safe. Li Baxian heaved a long sigh of relief after checking Lu Ye's information in returning Spirit Land. Although Lu Yi hadn't said much to him these days, he knew that since Lu Yi had stayed in Tai Mang Mountains, he must be taking revenge on the myriad Devil Ridge cultivators. Now that he heard that he was leaving Tai Mang Mountains, he was finally relieved. This undoubtedly meant that his junior brother would no longer fight a battle of wits and courage with those myriad Devil Ridge cultivators. Although Lu Yi would definitely be noticed by the myriad Devil Ridge camp after leaving Tai Mang Mountains, the situation wouldn't be worse than now. To him, Lu Ye's decision to leave Tai Mang Mountains was undoubtedly a good thing. Be careful. If you're in trouble, think of Yi. Seeing his senior brother's reply, Lu Yi couldn't help but laugh. Senior brother's words clearly meant that he shouldn't be impulsive. If he died, Yi would definitely disappear. After ending the message with Li Baxian, Lu Yi sent a message to Giant Armor, telling him to cultivate well in the Spirit Land and not to run around casually. Before he made any decisions, he should discuss with fourth senior brother or ask him through a message. Giant Armor's reply was simple and clear. There was only one word, okay. The sky was bright, but this didn't affect Lu Yi much. He could cast concealment and aura-concealing spirit runes on himself at any time. Therefore, as long as he was careful enough, he wouldn't be discovered by anyone. Stepping on the road ahead, Lu Yi was filled with helplessness. He was going to be all alone again. Ever since he started cultivating, he had been in this state of being alone most of the time. There was only a period of time in the middle when he moved with Giant Armor, but it didn't last long. After obtaining the Grade A Spring Spirit, he placed it in the depths of Tai Mang Mountains. With fourth senior brother and Feng Yuechan as his companions, he thought that these days would last until he advanced to the true lake stage. However, there were many things that didn't go his way. It had only been a few months, but he had to set off alone again. Thinking back to the short period of time in the Spirit Land, although everyone usually cultivated separately and didn't interact much, that feeling was different. There was someone by his side. No matter what happened, he had someone to discuss and borrow strength from. Moreover, that person was one of the few people closest to him in this world. Fortunately, although he was always alone, he was never lonely. Because Hu Pu and Yi were always by his side. Today, Lu Yi was extremely glad that he was able to meet Hu Pu and Yi. He was even more glad that he brought the two of them out of Blue Cloud Mountain. Only then could he have two companions who would never leave him, grow up with him, and experience all kinds of hardships together. Lu Ye's sudden disappearance made masters like Song Jue and Ning Zizai feel that something was wrong. A few days ago, some people went missing every night in Myriad Demon Ridge, but in the past 2 or 3 days, no one had encountered any more vicious attacks. All signs indicated that Lu Yi seemed to have left. How could the Ninth Order Masters who had been looking for Lu Yi without any results be willing to accept this? But what could they do even if they were unwilling? They still couldn't find Lu Ye's whereabouts. Even though they had great strength, they couldn't use it. At this time, Lu Yi had already arrived at the periphery of Tai Mang Mountains. It hadn't been easy to travel these past few days, mainly because the further he went, the more Myriad Demon Ridge cultivators he encountered. When the news of Lu Yi and returning Heaven Valley's Spirit Land spread out, too many cultivators rushed over, but some of them weren't strong enough and couldn't go too deep. Moreover, the number of such cultivators was the highest. As a result, the figures of Myriad Demon Ridge cultivators could be seen everywhere in the periphery of Tai Mang Mountains, and all of them were below the 6th Order. Lu Yi didn't go and cause more trouble. Since he had made up his mind to leave Tai Mang Mountains, he naturally wouldn't expose his whereabouts. As long as he left Tai Mang Mountains, he would be able to fly freely in the vast Cloud River battlefield. As long as he wore a mask and hid the amber, no one would be able to find his whereabouts. In the future, when his cultivation reached the 8th order or 9th order, he would be able to run amok with his foundation. At that time, if anyone dared to provoke him, he would step on their heads a few times, even if it was shit. As he moved forward, Yi's figure suddenly appeared nearby. Lu Ye's concealment and aura concealment spirit inscriptions had played a role in the past few days, but the biggest reason was Yi. With her scouting ahead, she would be able to detect any movement at the first moment, allowing Lu Yi to avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. Lu Yi, there's a cave over there. In the past few days, Yi had been responsible for scouting ahead and finding a place to rest. She had deliberately come back to tell Lu Yi this, which undoubtedly meant that the cave was very suitable for resting. Well done, Lu Yi praised. Let's go take a look. Yi's face was brimming with a smile, and she had a complacent expression. Her lithe body fluttered as she led the way forward. After walking a few kilometers, they found a cave. The location was very hidden, and there were weeds as tall as a person growing at the entrance. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't have noticed it. Chapter 6:25. Walking into the cave and going deeper, Lu Yi gradually noticed that something wasn't quite right. Originally, he thought that this was just a hidden cave that could be used to rest. However, this cave was too deep. Lu Yi pondered for a moment and walked to the side to observe for a while. The rock walls on both sides of the passage had traces of mining, and judging from these traces, it was obvious that they had been here for quite some time. How was this a cave? This was clearly a mine. Lu Yi had been a slave miner in Evil Moon Valley and had been in and out of the mine for many years, so whether this was a mine or not couldn't be hidden from his eyes. Perhaps many years ago, this place contained some valuable minerals, which were then mined away by cultivators. Thus, the mining tunnels left behind by the mining of minerals were left behind. There were many such places in the Cloud River battlefield and even the Spirit Stream battlefield, so it wasn't unusual. Lu Yi didn't have any thoughts about this place. This mine had existed for a long time, and even if there were any valuable minerals in the past, they would have been mined clean long ago, so how could he have a chance? Continuing to go deeper, a few kilometers later, a huge mine suddenly appeared in front of him. This was a very spacious space, a little larger than the space occupied by the heavenly spirit land. Calculating the location, this place was already deep inside the mountain. The minerals that once contained here must be of great value, otherwise, it wouldn't have been emptied out like this. The mine was pitch black, but it didn't prevent Lu Yi from looking around. Looking around the hollowed-out mine, a vague idea suddenly emerged in his mind, and as his thoughts churned, this idea became clearer and clearer. Lu Yi, are we going to rest here tonight? Yi had already walked around the mine and didn't find anything dangerous, but there were some traces left behind by people. It seemed that someone had discovered this place before and rested here. Although the entrance to this mine was hidden, someone could still find it. No. Lu Yi shook his head. Let's go and give Myriad Demon Ridge a big gift. Originally, Lu Yi had been hunting for several nights in the depths of Tai Mang Mountain, killing a lot of Myriad Demon Ridge cultivators, some of whom were even 8th Order cultivators. But now, Lu Yi didn't have any other ideas, mainly because he wasn't strong enough. Even if he wanted to, it was useless. So, he decided to leave Tai Mang Mountain. But after seeing this mine, a plan uncontrollably emerged in his mind. If this plan could be implemented, it would definitely be able to deal a heavy blow to those Myriad Devil Ridge cultivators who had been searching for him. This was especially true for a 9th Order cultivator like Song Jue. Lu Yi might not be his opponent in a head-on confrontation, but if he planned properly, he might have a chance to kill him. Just as Lu Yi had thought before, in a place like the Cloudy River battlefield, one had to take revenge as soon as possible. It was best if it was done within the night. Otherwise, if one missed this opportunity, one might not have another chance to take revenge in the future. He turned around and walked out with light step. Although Yi didn't know what Lu Yi wanted to do, she could tell from his expression that he was up to no good, so she didn't ask and followed him closely. Lu Ye's preparations took a day. On this day, the cultivators of Myriad Devil Ridge were still searching for him in Tai Mang Mountain, but they found nothing. Somewhere in Tai Mang Mountain, several of Song Jue's fellow disciples were resting, while Song Jue was communicating with some cultivators, asking about the situation on their side. After a while, Song Jue sighed. It had been 3 days. In these 3 days, except for a few unlucky cultivators who encountered powerful monster beasts and were killed, the Myriad Devil Ridge side didn't suffer any major losses. All signs indicated that Lu Yi had indeed left Tai Mang Mountain. Although he was unwilling, there was nothing he could do. Lu Yi had taken the initiative to leave the Spirit Land before, giving them a chance to hunt him down, but they were useless. There were millions of Myriad Devil Ridge cultivators, but they still hadn't seen Lu Ye's shadow. Although he didn't want to admit it, Song Jue knew that this operation was a complete failure. The huge bounty that should have been at his fingertips had flown away under his nose. Now that Lu Yi had left Tai Mang Mountain, he would definitely be more cautious in the future, and it would be difficult to find him again. Just as he was thinking this, a junior apprentice brother not far away suddenly opened his eyes and raised his hand to touch his battlefield imprint. This was a message. The junior apprentice brother checked for a while, and then his expression changed. He looked up at Song Jue and said, "Senior apprentice brother, I found Lu Yi's whereabouts." Song Jue had already given up looking for Lu Yi, but when he suddenly heard this, he suddenly felt like there was a light at the end of the tunnel. He quickly asked, "Where is he?" "At the periphery of Tai Mang Mountain, and he seems to be injured." "His injuries are not light." "The periphery of Tai Mang Mountain," Song Jue murmured. It was right. In these 3 days, the Myriad Devil Ridge side didn't suffer any more losses. From this, it could be seen that Lu Yi had already left the vicinity 3 days ago, and this time was just right for him to arrive at the periphery of Tai Mang Mountain. "Let's talk as we go," Song Jue called out, immediately took out his flying spirit weapon, and soared into the sky. He had something he didn't understand. These days, many of them had been searching for Lu Ye's traces, but they had found nothing. How could his whereabouts be exposed at the periphery of Tai Mang Mountain? While rushing towards the periphery of Tai Mang Mountain, Song Jue asked about the specific situation. Only then did he learn that it was a coincidence that Lu Ye's whereabouts were exposed. At that time, he was hiding in a hidden cave to rest. As a result, a team of Myriad Devil Ridge cultivators happened to be going to the cave to rest and reorganize. As a result, the two sides bumped into each other. After recognizing Lu Ye's appearance, the Myriad Devil Ridge cultivators were overjoyed and immediately fought with Lu Yi. As a result, Lu Yi ran away. "Wait!" Song Jue raised his hand with a suspicious look on his face. "Lu Yi ran away? Those cultivators didn't die?" "Two died, but Lu Yi seemed to be seriously injured and didn't want to continue fighting, so he ran away in a hurry." Lu Yi could even kill a team of 6th or 7th order cultivators before. Now, the cultivators on the periphery of Tai Mang Mountain were mixed in strength, but he couldn't kill them all. From this, it could be seen that his injuries were not light. Perhaps it was because he was seriously injured that he decided to leave Tai Mang Mountain. As a result, no one from Myriad Devil Ridge had been killed in the past 3 days. Song Jue didn't think too deeply about why Lu Yi was seriously injured. After all, Lu Yi had killed so many people before, so it was normal for him to be injured. There were so many Myriad Devil Ridge cultivators on the periphery of Tai Mang Mountain. It was not an exaggeration to say that there were 10 times more cultivators than there were in the depths of Tai Mang Mountain. If Lu Yi had been hiding quietly, it wouldn't be a big deal, but once his figure was exposed, it wouldn't be so easy to hide again. After encountering the myriad Devil Ridge team, he killed 2 people and escaped. After that, he encountered several more teams one after another. After fighting with each other, he disappeared. Disappeared? How did he disappear? Song Jue was stunned. I don't know. The person who sent the message didn't have much information, but what is certain is that Lu Yi didn't leave that area. Now, many people have gathered in that position, looking for him. Faster! Song Jue ordered. The speed of the few people increased a lot, rushing towards the periphery of Tai Mang Mountain. Since they had already received the news, the other myriad Devil Ridge experts would probably get the news sooner or later. When the time came, the cultivators searching for Lu Yi in the depths of Tai Mang Mountain would definitely gather in the periphery. At this time, if they were slow, they might not even be able to eat hot shit. Just as Song Jue expected, at this moment, there were teams setting off from the depths of Tai Mang Mountain, rushing towards the periphery. In the periphery of Tai Mang Mountain, where Lu Yi had recently appeared, there were traces of myriad Devil Ridge cultivators everywhere within a radius of dozens of miles. All of them were searching for Lu Yi's whereabouts. Originally, because their cultivation was insufficient, they couldn't go deep into Tai Mang Mountain. The matter of killing Lu Yi had nothing to do with them, but now that Lu Yi had run to the periphery and exposed his whereabouts, the opportunity had come. Lu Yi was heavily injured and no one knew where he was hiding. In this situation, whoever could find him first would become rich overnight. The desire for the huge reward made many myriad Devil Ridge cultivators excited. They spared no effort in searching, but even so, they still couldn't find any trace of him. That was until a small team of 5 appeared. Ghost Shadow was incomparably resistant to searching for Lu Yi's whereabouts. It wasn't that he wasn't greedy for the huge reward, but he always felt that he couldn't make an enemy of Lu Yi. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a good ending. Not counting the secret confrontation on the Spirit Stream list, Ghost Shadow and Lu Yi had actually met face to face twice. However, the 2 experiences had left a deep impression on him. Every time, the massive, burning sacred beasts of the 4 symbols would appear, and every time, many experts of the myriad Devil Ridge would perish. The first time was outside the myriad poison forest on the Spirit Stream battlefield, and the second time was in the Cloud River battlefield's hunting ground. Ghost Shadow's talent wasn't ordinary, and he had been ranked 9th on the Spirit Stream list. However, compared to his talent, his intuition was his greatest trump card. His intuition had nothing to do with the strength of his mind. It was more like an innate ability that allowed him to have a strong premonition before danger arrived. By relying on this intuition, Ghost Shadow had avoided many fatal dangers. Take this time as an example. While searching for Lu Yi, his heart was pounding wildly, and he couldn't calm down for a moment. It was as if something very dangerous was about to happen. Although he didn't want to participate in this matter, he couldn't resist the persuasion of his senior brother and his fellow disciples. With no other choice, he could only act with them. If they really encountered any danger, with him around, they could at least avoid some of the risk. That was what he thought. Now, he was already a 3rd-order Cloud River Realm cultivator. This cultivation speed wasn't slow, but compared to Lu Yi, it was still far behind. Senior Brother Qin, why are we always circling around here? A female cultivator in the team suddenly asked. This female cultivator was beautiful and had an extremely slim figure. His fellow disciples seemed to be interested in this senior sister but Ghost Shadow wasn't. Women will only affect the speed at which I draw my saber. How can the joy of working hard to cultivate compare to trying to please women? Chapter 6:26. Senior Brother Qin, the leader of the 5-man team, looked around and said, I remember there was an abandoned mine nearby. Strange, why can't I find it? Senior Marshal Sister Hu said, "Did you remember wrongly?" Senior Marshal Brother Qin said, "No, when your Senior Marshal Brother Xie was still in the Cloudy River battlefield, he brought me here once. I remember it clearly, it was nearby." The Senior Marshal Brother Xie, he mentioned, had some impression of him. His cultivation was much higher than theirs. He had already reached the true lake stage and left the Cloudy River battlefield. As Senior Marshal Brother Qin spoke, he led the others down and looked around in confusion. Finally, his gaze landed on a spot. He walked forward and pushed aside the tall grass. Then, he gently pressed his hand against the stone wall in front of him. A strange scene appeared. His hand was clearly pressed against the stone wall, but it seemed to have pressed against empty space. When the stone wall rippled, half of his hand was swallowed up. "It's really here. This is a concealment array?" Senior Marshal Sister Hu also saw some clues. In such a place there was actually a concealment array. This undoubtedly meant that there was something wrong. Moreover, this was the last place Luye appeared. An uncontrollable thought suddenly popped up in the minds of the two. The two looked at each other and were shocked. Luye was inside. The concealment array at the entrance of the cave was set up by Luye. Immediately excited, Senior Marshal Sister Hu whispered, "Senior Marshal Brother Qin, what do we do?" Although they had been looking for Luye, there were so many cultivators looking for Luye. They didn't think that they could be faster than the others. But luck was hard to explain. They were actually the first to find Luye. Although they didn't see Luye, there was a concealment array at the entrance of the mine. Anyone could see some clues. Luye was now seriously injured and urgently needed to find a hidden and safe place to recuperate. They didn't know how he found this place, hid in it, and then set up a concealment array to block the entrance of the mine. If Senior Marshal Brother Qin hadn't been here before and had some impression of this mine, he wouldn't have found it. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Senior Marshal Brother Qin waved his hand and said, "Let's go." With that, he took the lead and walked towards the stone wall in front of him. As the ripples spread, he disappeared. Senior Marshal Sister Hu followed closely behind, and the other three also entered. After entering the mine, the light inside was dim. Under Senior Marshal Brother Qin's lead, they carefully walked forward. After walking less than 300 feet, Senior Marshal Brother Qin, who was at the back of the group, and his heart beat violently as if there was great danger ahead. He hurriedly called out, "Marshal Brother Qin." His voice was not loud, but it was extremely abrupt in this quiet environment. The few of them were already very careful, not even daring to breathe loudly. At this moment, they were all startled by Ghost Shadow's cry. Just as Senior Brother Qin was about to turn around, a flame suddenly appeared in his field of vision, followed by a violent fluctuation of spiritual power. As he shouted, he quickly retreated, but he was still sent flying by the shockwave, and the group of people behind him rolled into a ball. Cough, cough, cough. In the midst of the dust, the group got up in a sorry state. They saw stars and their eardrums were buzzing. After a while, they slowly recovered. "Marshal Brother Qin, are you all right?" Senior Marshal Sister Hu asked anxiously. "Cough, cough, I'm fine." Marshal Brother Qin clutched his chest. His palm was covered in blood. He was secretly glad that Senior Marshal Brother Qin had called out to him. Otherwise, he would have died. It was because of Senior Marshal Brother Qin's shout that he instinctively stopped and avoided a disaster. Although he was injured, it wasn't a big deal. "It's an explosion array," Marshal Brother Qin immediately judged. "Get out." He was sure that Luye was hiding here. Whether it was the concealment array at the entrance or the explosion array in the mine, they were all set up by him. If there was one explosion array, there would be a second one. Now that he had suffered a loss, Marshal Brother Qin didn't dare to advance rashly. The group retreated from the mine in a sorry state. But just as they retreated, several figures landed in front of them. Many streams of light were rushing over from all directions. When the explosion array exploded, it caused quite a commotion and attracted a large number of myriad demon ridge cultivators who were searching nearby. In just a short while, more than 20 people had gathered here, Marshal Brother Chin sighed. Originally, they were the first to discover Lu Ye's whereabouts and had the opportunity to monopolize everything, but now that the explosion array had been set up in the narrow mine, they had no choice but to retreat. It was foreseeable that the news would soon spread. At that time, more and more cultivators would gather here. Someone came forward to talk to Marshal Brother Chin and asked him what had happened just now. Although Marshal Brother Chin didn't want to say it, he knew that this kind of thing couldn't be hidden. He could only tell them his guess and the information he had at hand. A moment later, the news that Lu Ye was hiding in a mine on the periphery of Great Mang Mountain spread quickly. A large number of cultivators gathered in this location. The cultivators who came at first weren't very strong. They were all below the 6th order. But as time passed, 7th order and 8th order cultivators gradually appeared. After half a day, the first 9th order master appeared in front of the mine. Song Jue and the others didn't come too late. When they received the news, they immediately rushed over, disregarding the consumption of their spirit qi. But when they arrived, they saw that there were cultivators everywhere. There were at least 800 cultivators gathered here, if not 1,000, and the number was still increasing. What made him feel strange was that although there were many cultivators gathered here, they didn't seem to be moving. They were just waiting. There was a faint smell of blood, as if someone was injured. Song Jue saw a few familiar faces and flew straight in the direction of one of them. He landed in front of that person and cupped his fists. Brother Zizai. This person was Ning Zizai, who had met Song Jue in the depths of Great Mang Mountain before. Brother Song is also here. Ning Zizai returned the greeting. What's the situation now? Song Jue asked. Ning Zizai said, we can basically confirm that Lu Ye is hiding inside, but we can't force our way in. Why? Song Jue was puzzled. Since they were sure that Lu Ye was hiding inside, even if so many myriad demons ridge cultivators rushed in, Lu Ye would undoubtedly die. Inside there is a mine tunnel that winds for several miles. It connects to a hollowed-out mine. Lu Ye left a large number of explosive Dharma formations in that mine tunnel. Some people have already tried to rush in, but they either died or were injured. Even that person over there did not succeed. Ning Zizai pointed in a direction as he spoke. Song Jue turned his head and saw a man sitting cross-legged on the ground. This man's physique was extremely strong. Even if he was sitting cross-legged on the ground, he was only shorter than the nearby cultivators by a head. One could imagine how tall he would be if he stood up. With such a physique, there was no doubt that he was a physique cultivator, and he was definitely an extremely powerful one. However, this physique cultivator was covered in blood and his face was slightly pale. It seemed that his injuries were not light. Wei Zhong. Song Jue's eyes narrowed slightly. Even if he was a cultivator from the first-grade sect, Abyss Rainbow Hall, he did not dare to underestimate this guy named Wei Zhong. Song Jue had some understanding of this person's strength. In a one-on-one fight, he was not confident that he could defeat him. Moreover, he was a physique cultivator, so his physique was incomparably strong. If he was still in such a state after forcing his way into the mine tunnel, the others would definitely end up worse. That narrow space undoubtedly increased the power of the explosion array. Otherwise, it would not have injured a 9th-order physique cultivator like this. Many people had tried to enter the mine tunnel before, but there were casualties every time. After this physique cultivator named Wei Zhong was forced to retreat, no one dared to try again. So now, all the myriad demons ridge cultivators were waiting here. We can't continue like this. Song Jue frowned. Isn't Yenshur here? We can let Yenshur use her creations to explore the path, trigger the array, and clear the obstacles. We've tried, but it's useless. Ning Zizai shook his head. Lu Ye's array is controlled. not triggered. If that was the case, then Yensher's creations would not be of much use and might even mislead the cultivators. Imagine, the cultivators would think that the Creator's creations were safe enough, but when they stepped into the mine, the explosion array would suddenly trigger, causing another batch of deaths and injuries. The current situation was really a bit awkward. Lu Ye was seriously injured and was blocked by many myriad Demon's Ridge cultivators in the mine tunnel, but because of the various arrays he had set up in advance, no one dared to enter at will. They could only be in a stalemate with him. Although there was no need to worry about Lu Ye escaping, delaying like this was not a solution. The longer they delayed, the more the other party's injuries would heal. At that time, it would not be so easy to kill him. As if reading Song Jue's thoughts, Ning Zizai said, "Brother Song, don't worry, someone is already on the way." Who? I wonder if Brother Song has heard of the name Sinan. Song Jue raised his brow. Sinan of Cloud Gem Sect? Ning Zizai chuckled. It seems that Brother Song has also heard of him. Song Jue nodded. I've long heard that this generation of Cloud Gem Sect has a genius, but I've never had the chance to meet him. It turns out that he's also nearby. If he comes, he may be able to compete with Lu Ye in the Array Dao. Cloud Gem Sect was a 4th grade sect. However, although there was only a 1-grade difference between 4th grade and 3rd grade, the difference was like heaven and earth. 3rd grade sects had great cultivators in the Divine Sea Realm, but 4th grade sects did not. The structure of the cultivation world of the 9 regions and the way of recruiting disciples often led to a phenomenon that was, the stronger the cultivator, the higher the aptitude of the disciples recruited by the more powerful sections. Therefore, for any sect, it was not a simple matter to raise the level of the sect. Chapter 6:27. This was the way of the world. Often, many 4th grade sects worked hard for more than 10 generations and still might not have a chance to advance to the 3rd grade. The cultivation below the true lake realm was all about the continuous improvement of one's cultivation. As long as one had enough aptitude and resources, it was not too difficult. However, advancing from the true lake realm to the spirit sea realm was a huge hurdle because it involved the transformation of one's divine soul. There were many spirit sea realm cultivators in Jiuzhou, but they were all accumulated from generation to generation. It was often as difficult as ascending to heaven for a sect below the 3rd grade to have a spirit sea realm cultivator. However, there were exceptions. There were countless sects in Jiuzhou, and every 3 years, there would be a spirit sea realm cultivator advancing from the 4th grade to the 3rd grade. Every time this happened, it meant that a spirit sea realm cultivator was born in a 4th grade sect. In recent years, the Yunlang sect was the most promising sect to be promoted to the 3rd grade because there was a genius named Sinan in the sect. He was a Dharma cultivator, but he also cultivated formation Taoism. Moreover, he was very talented in formation Taoism. Some cultivators of the Demon's Ridge once compared him with Lu Yi. They all agreed that among this generation of cultivators, he was the only one who could compete with Lu Yi in formation Taoism. This evaluation naturally fell into Sinan's ears, but he was dismissive of it. The cultivators of the Demon's Ridge had already placed him in a weak position. What he wanted was not to compete with them, but to surpass them. He was not originally nearby, but had rushed over from a very far place. As early as when the news of Lu Ye's spiritual land was leaked, he had already set off, but the journey was too far, so he had not arrived yet. Now the timing was just right. Lu Yi was trapped in the mine tunnel and needed a powerful formation cultivator to break the formation he had set up. It could be said that he was now carrying all the hope of the Demon's Ridge. This was also one of the reasons why many cultivators of the Demon's Ridge were willing to wait here patiently. Hearing that Sinan was on the way, Song Jie was relieved and asked, "Who was the first to find out about this?" Ning Zizai pointed his finger. "A few people over there, but they don't know much." Song Jue looked in the direction and saw that there were indeed a few cultivators with low cultivation. One of them seemed to be slightly injured. He immediately nodded and flew over. Senior Brother Chin was very helpless. Ever since more and more Myriad Demons Ridge cultivators rushed here, people kept coming to ask him all kinds of details, such as how they found this mine, how they were sure that Luya was hiding inside. After dealing with wave after wave, there was no end to it. Unfortunately, his cultivation was not high, and he did not dare to offend others, so he could only patiently tell them all the information he knew. At the same time, in the depths of the mine, Lu Yi was refining array flags while keeping an eye on the movements of the myriad Devil Ridge cultivators outside. He was wearing a blood-stained robe. At first glance, he did look like he was seriously injured. However, this was only on the surface. His serious injuries were only a trick he used to confuse the cultivators of the myriad Devil Ridge. The blood on his clothes was indeed his, but it was left behind after his battle with the Fire Prairie. So far, the plan had been going smoothly. Due to his serious injuries, he was unable to hide and was inadvertently discovered by a group of cultivators from the myriad Devil Ridge. He was forced to hide in this mine to recuperate. Then, someone inadvertently discovered traces of a formation here, and his whereabouts were confirmed. Many cultivators from the myriad Devil Ridge surrounded this place. He was now cornered and could only wait for death. Lu Yi, there are so many people outside. Yi, who had quietly returned from scouting, reported the situation to him. And there are more and more. It's good to have more people. Lu Yi responded casually, his hands continuing to refine array flags. If he wanted to carry out his plan this time, enough array flags were essential. He asked again, "How many ninth order cultivators are there?" "5 are here. I saw that guy called Song Jue." "That's about it." Lu Yi nodded slightly. Yi, who was sitting next to him, asked in confusion, "Lu Yi, since you want to lure them in, why did you set up so many spirit arrays in the mine? Aren't you afraid of scaring them away?" "How could I possibly scare them away?" Lu Yi laughed. He was now like a ball of honey exuding a charming fragrance, and the myriad Devil Ridge cultivators were like ants that had come searching for the fragrance. No matter how many spirit arrays were set up in the mine, it was impossible to scare them away. The myriad Devil Ridge cultivators would only find ways to rush in. "I still think I should have set up fewer spirit arrays. Look, they don't even dare to come in now," Lu Yi said. "Although the myriad Devil Ridge doesn't know how high my attainments in the spirit array Dao are, they have a rough estimate. If I appear too weak, it will definitely arouse their suspicions. The current situation is just right." Lu Yi wanted to instill in the myriad Devil Ridge with the understanding that he was seriously injured and was relying on the geographical advantage to resist. Only then could he dispel the doubts of some smart people. "Besides, I have already held back. Who knew that they would be so useless?" Lu Yi cursed in his heart. This was not boasting. Lu Yi had indeed held back when he set up the spirit arrays, mainly because he was afraid that the power of the spirit arrays would erupt too violently and cause the mine to collapse. Now, he had left many explosive spirit arrays in the mine, and although the power they released was fierce, it was not enough to cause the mine to collapse. Of course, the surrounding rock walls would definitely become loose as a result. This was also part of his plan to make it easier to pull in the net when the time came. "I'll continue to keep an eye on them," Yi said before burrowing into the ground again and flying out. The convenience of having a spirit body was beyond imagination, and Yi rarely appeared in front of outsiders. The world only knew that Lu Yi had a snow-white little beast with him, but few people knew that in addition to Hu Po, there was also Yi. Time passed by, and about half a day later, Yi suddenly sent a message saying that a very powerful array cultivator had come from myriad Devil Ridge. Even Song Jue and the other ninth order cultivators were very enthusiastic about this array cultivator and had now entered the mine to begin cracking the spirit arrays left behind by Lu Yi. It was not that no array cultivators had tried to crack the spirit arrays laid down by Lu Yi before, but those array cultivators' attainments in the spirit array Dao were not high. They failed to crack the spirit arrays and instead suffered some casualties, which led to no array cultivators daring to act rashly. Now, a new array cultivator that Song Jue and the others were so enthusiastic about had suddenly appeared. Obviously, his background was extraordinary, and Song Jue and the others had high hopes for him. Sure enough, this array cultivator's attainments in the spirit array Dao were far beyond those of the previous array cultivators, and he easily cracked the explosion spirit arrays. When this news came, Lu Yi could not help but be surprised. Although he had held back when he set up the spirit arrays, he did not expect that there would be an array cultivator at the Cloud River realm who could crack his spirit arrays. He originally thought that Myriad Devil Ridge would eventually have no choice but to force their way into the mine. As long as some 8th or 9th order cultivators walked in front with enough protection, they would be able to push forward bit by bit, destroy his spirit arrays completely, and finally kill their way into the mine. But he did not expect that such a person would appear in Myriad Devil Ridge. Sure enough, plans could not keep up with changes. But the impact was not big. When the news that Si Nan only spent a dozen breaths to dismantle an explosion array spread out, the cultivators of the Myriad Demons Ridge, who were waiting outside the mine, exclaimed and praised him. Song Jue and the other 9th order cultivators also finally relaxed. Sure enough, a person with a great reputation lived up to his name. Although Si Nan came from a 4th grade sect, his reputation on the Cloud River battlefield was higher than many cultivators from 1st or 2nd grade sects. Before, they were worried about whether Si Nan's attainments in the spirit array Dao were enough, but now that there was a successful precedent, their worries were relieved. At this speed, we should be able to kill our way into the mine in less than 2 days. Everyone, what do you think of Brother Si Nan's previous proposal? Song Jue asked. He was surrounded by several 9th order cultivators, including Ning Zizai and Wei Zhong. When Si Nan came over, he chatted with them for a while. Not only did they get to know each other, but they also made a request. He was responsible for cracking the spirit arrays, but he wanted to take 40% of the reward for killing Lu Yi. He did not ask Song Jue and the others to give an answer immediately because it was unrealistic to expect anything before he showed his abilities. Now that he had shown his abilities, Song Jue and the others had to consider his previous proposal. Ning Zizai said, "I have no objection." He put in a lot of effort, so it's natural for him to take the lion's share. Even without Si Nan, the 10,000 Demons Ridge could still force their way in, but there would be a lot of losses. Moreover, the deployment of manpower would be a big problem. Who would rush to the front? Even a 9th order body cultivator like Wei Zhong would be injured if he rushed to the front. The mine tunnel was winding for several miles, so who knew how many explosive arrays Lu Yi had left in it? What about you? Wei Zhong frowned. 40% is a bit too much. Someone else nodded. 40% is indeed a bit too much. 20% is acceptable. Song Jue sighed and said, "You don't seem to understand the main point. Si Nan wants 40%, which is indeed a bit much. But do you think that if this matter succeeds, does it make a difference to us whether he wants 40% or 20%? What does Brother Song mean?" Ning Zizai looked at him. Song Jue said, "There are almost 10,000 Demons Ridge cultivators gathered here. After killing Lu Yi, except for the portion that Si Nan takes, how are we going to divide the rest? Are we going to divide it equally? This is bound to arouse public anger. When the time comes, all the cultivators who participated in this matter will share the rest of the reward. In fact, there isn't much left for us. Instead, Si Nan wants 40%, so what if we give him 40%? I still say the same thing. Compared to the reward on Lu Yi's back, the life and death of this person is more important." Outside returning Heaven Valley, Song Jue had instigated many 10,000 Demons Ridge cultivators to share the reward with everyone just to eliminate Lu Yi, but at that time, he had other plans. He wanted to cooperate with Ing Wuji to take down Lu Yi. Now that Ing Wuji was gone, no one would cooperate with him, so there was no need to think about the reward anymore. In that case, he could only take a step back and prioritize killing Lu Yi. As for the rest, it was not important. Chapter 628. After listening to Song Jue's words, several Ninth Order cultivators understood what he meant. Ning Zizai nodded. Brother Song is right. There are too many fellow Taoists here this time. Whether Si Nan takes 40% or 20%, it really doesn't affect us much. In that case, let's do as he says. What do you think? Now they had no objection. They didn't think of this before. Now that the situation was pointed out by Song Jue, they suddenly felt a little bored. Originally, killing Lu Yi was both a matter of fame and profit. But in the current situation, even if they killed Lu Yi in the end, the only thing that the cultivators of the Myriad Devil Ridge would remember would be Si Nan's reputation for breaking the formation. All the benefits would go to this guy. He cursed in his heart. Lu Yi knows that he has no chance to live, so why did he still arrange so many spirit arrays in the mine tunnel? If you have no objection, I will send someone to inform Si Nan. Song Jue motioned to a junior brother next to him as he spoke. The junior brother understood and immediately rushed in the direction of the mine tunnel. After entering, he saw Si Nan waiting quietly and didn't continue to break the spirit arrays, so he informed the Ninth Order cultivators of their decision. Si Nan smiled. I know. Please tell these fellow Taoists that I will break all the spirit arrays here within a day and Lu Yi will have nowhere to hide. With the promise of several Ninth Order cultivators, Si Nan was full of energy and continued to break the spirit arrays. In only half an hour, Si Nan had penetrated hundreds of meters into the mine tunnel alone and broken more than a dozen spirit arrays. This was a position that no Myriad Demons Ridge cultivator had ever penetrated before. Inside the mine tunnel, Si Nan kept breaking the spirit arrays. Outside the mine tunnel, many Myriad Demons Ridge cultivators were looking forward to it. Some of them were more impatient and had been following Si Nan, but they didn't dare to get too close. They kept a distance of about 10 meters to observe. They might not be able to see anything, but as they continued to spread the news, the progress of breaking the spirit arrays was also known to the cultivators waiting outside, causing bursts of cheers and exclamations from time to time. Song Jue and the others were still gathered together. The exclamations and cheers coming from time to time made them feel quite uncomfortable. Those voices should have belonged to them, but Si Nan had stolen the limelight. Their resentment toward Lu Yi grew stronger. At this rate we can indeed break through all the formations within a day. Amazing! Song Jue could not help but praise. The other Ninth Order masters did not comment. Song Jue laughed. All right everyone, it's hard for our 10,000 Demons Ridge to produce a talent that can match up to Lu Yi. We should be happy. After tomorrow, there will be no more Lu Yi in this world, and we can peacefully advance to the true lake stage. The Cloudy River battlefield will also return to its original state, and will no longer be stirred up by one person. Ning Zizai smiled. Brother Song is still the one who thinks things through. Song Jue said, some things can't be changed and can only be accepted, isn't that so? In the mine, Si Nan was breaking the array. In the mine, Lu Yi was setting up the array. From time to time, he would check the information sent by Yi, keeping track of the progress of the array cultivator who had suddenly arrived. Ning Zizai had to admit that this array cultivator who had suddenly appeared was really good in the Tao of arrays. He was almost at 70 to 80% of Ning Zizai's level. A large part of his attainments in the Tao of arrays came from the gift of the 100 Array Tower. The other reason was that he was a spirit tattoo master, so he had a natural advantage in the Tao of arrays. Lu Yi, on the other hand, had cultivated painstakingly, so it was not easy to compare. Time passed by, and as the spirit arrays in the mine continued to be broken, Nan's position became deeper and deeper. The 10,000 Demons Ridge cultivators waiting outside also began to rub their palms together. So far, although they could conclude that Lu Yi was hiding in the mine, no one had seen him. Whether he was really inside or not, they had to wait for Nan to break all the spirit arrays before they could verify it. Until a certain moment, a muffled sound suddenly came from the depths of the mine. The violent sound was accompanied by a strong vibration, causing the 10,000 Demons Ridge cultivators waiting outside to change their expressions. "What's going on?" Song Jue and the other Ninth Order Masters immediately turned to look in the direction of the mine with a solemn expression. This was clearly a sign that the explosion array had been activated. Did Nan fail? Such a thought immediately popped up in the minds of these people. If the spirit array had been broken, it would not have been activated. Since it had been activated, it must be because Nan had failed. There was no need to worry that he would be killed by the explosion. Nan was an 8th Order cultivator. Even if he was a Dharma cultivator, an explosion array would not kill him. However, injuries were inevitable. As a result, the progress of breaking the spirit array would definitely be delayed. Just as these people were thinking this, a message suddenly came from inside the mine. It was not that Nan had failed, but that the explosion array had been activated by someone. Obviously, it was the work of the person who arranged the spirit array. As for Nan, he was unscathed because the spirit array directly exploded when Nan approached it. This change confused everyone. They did not know what was going on. It sounded like the person who arranged the spirit array wanted to plot against Nan, but failed to grasp the timing and activated the spirit array in advance. Hong. Another sound came from inside the mine. What happened? The 10,000 Demons Ridge cultivators, who had just calmed down, became nervous again. Things had developed to this extent, and no one wanted any unexpected changes to happen. However, the sudden explosion undoubtedly worried them. Hong. The third sound. Hong. The fourth sound. Then, the fifth sound. There was at least some time between the first few sounds, but the following sounds were continuous and showed no signs of stopping. Even though they had just heard that Nan was safe and sound, the group of 10,000 Demons Ridge cultivators was still worried. This kind of movement was clearly caused by the continuous activation of the explosion array. The continuous sound made the stone wall outside shake violently. Soon, news came from inside the mine that Nan was still safe and sound. All the spirit arrays were activated by the person who arranged them. At this moment, Nan was striding forward. As he moved forward, many spirit arrays in front of him exploded one after another. This was the source of the movement. At this moment, in the mine, Nan was strolling leisurely with a disdainful smile on his face. It was rumored that Lu Ye's attainments in Formation Tao were extremely high, but now it seemed that this was not the case. He had cracked many spirit arrays along the way. As long as he was given enough time, he would be able to crack all the spirit arrays. Obviously, the other party had also noticed this, so he directly activated the power of the spirit arrays. Therefore, at this moment, the scene in the mine was that Nan kept walking forward, and in front of him, the power of the explosion array was constantly being activated. Balls of fire emerged, and from the surrounding rock walls, rubble rustled down. "Is this the end of the road?" Nan murmured. He secretly guessed that the other party did not do this to kill him, because he knew that it was impossible. Since they didn't want to blow him up, the only possibility was that they wanted to collapse the tunnel in exchange for more time to survive. Combined with the rumor that Lu Ye was seriously injured, Nan was more and more certain of this conjecture. But how could he give Lu Ye such an opportunity? Song Jue and the others had already promised him that he would get 40% of the reward for killing Lu Ye this time. Although it was just a verbal promise from a few Ninth Order Realm Masters, no one else was qualified to object. Such a huge bounty was of great significance to the sect behind him. As Nan continued to move forward, the myriad Demon Ridge cultivators who followed behind him to watch the fun were dazzled and full of admiration. From their point of view, it was as if Nan was alone, sweeping through all the obstacles in front of him with infinite power. The news in the mine spread. Song Jue and the others were taken aback for a moment before they all rushed towards the mine tunnel. They had thought that it would take at least 1 or 2 days for Nan to break the tactical matrix, but now it seemed that it would not take long for them to enter the mine. Lu Ye was hiding in the mine. Although no one expected anything from the reward, there was always an end to everything. They had spent a lot of energy and time chasing after Lu Ye. Now that they had reached the final juncture, naturally, no one wanted to miss it. Several Ninth Order Realm Masters led a group of people and quickly rushed into the mine tunnel. Only then did the other myriad Demon Ridge cultivators react and enter one after another. For a time, the mine tunnel was filled with people. After all, the mine tunnel was not spacious. At most, it could only accommodate 3 to 5 people walking side by side. Naturally, there was no shortage of dispute. For a time, the scene was very lively. From time to time, the panicked cries of some female cultivators could be heard. Obviously, someone had accidentally taken advantage of them. Outside the mine tunnel, Senior Brother Qin, Senior Sister Hu, and the others also hurriedly got up, but before they could move, Ghost Shadow suddenly raised his hand and grabbed Senior Brother Qin's arm while pressing his chest with his other hand. His face suddenly turned pale. Junior brother? Senior Brother Qin turned his head to look at Ghost Shadow, wondering why he suddenly became like this. Ghost Shadow raised his head. His eyes were bloodshot and his face was filled with fear, as if he had seen something extremely terrible. He gritted his teeth and said, "Senior brother, you can't go." When they were waiting here before, Ghost Shadow had repeatedly persuaded them not to get involved in this matter because he always had a trace of uneasiness in his heart. In addition, this matter involved Lu Yi. The few times he had interacted with Lu Yi, they were all accompanied by great risk. This made Ghost Shadow even more certain that something was wrong this time. But how could Senior Brother Qin, Senior Sister Hu, and the others be willing to not participate in such a grand event? Besides, it was their team that discovered Lu Ye's whereabouts. No matter what, they should be able to get a share of the reward after killing Lu Yi. If they shrank back at this time, they would get nothing. Therefore, even if Ghost Shadow had persuaded them before, Senior Brother Qin and the others did not take it to heart. In their opinion, Lu Ye was dead for sure with more than 20 million Devil Ridge cultivators gathered here. They might not be able to do much, but it was not a problem to join in the fun. Until now. Chapter 629. Coming from the same sect, Senior Brother Qin and the others had some understanding of Ghost Shadow's abilities. This Ghost Cultivator Junior Brother had a perception of hidden dangers that ordinary people couldn't compare to. Take the previous encounter in the mine as an example. If Ghost Shadow hadn't suddenly sensed it and warned them in time, Senior Brother Qin, who was walking at the front, wouldn't have just suffered light injuries. "What did you sense?" Senior Brother Qin asked. Ghost Shadow's eyes turned even redder. He shook his head and said, "I don't know, but it's very dangerous." Ever since he had started cultivating, this talent had allowed him to avoid many fatal dangers. In the Spirit Stream battlefield, in the Myriad Poisons forest, and in the Cloud River battlefield, Ghost Shadow had always sensed danger ahead of time and promptly left. Reality had proven that it was precisely this caution that had allowed him to avoid calamities time and time again, allowing him to use his meager cultivation to turn danger into safety time and time again. Those who liked to join in on the fun, those who enjoyed watching a show, and those who had a higher cultivation than him, had long since died. But there had never been a time when Ghost Shadow felt such a strong sense of danger in his heart. This made him faintly feel that if they really entered the mine, the danger this time would be more dangerous than any of the previous times. Senior Brother Qin was still hesitating, and Senior Sister Hu was also indecisive. Ghost Shadow advised, "Senior brother, there are so many people involved this time. Even if we succeed in the end, we won't get much of the benefit. It's not worth taking the risk for that little bit of benefit. Even if I'm wrong, we'll only lose a little bit of resources. But what if I'm right?" If he was right, then it was equivalent to avoiding a disaster in advance. These words undoubtedly moved Senior Brother Chin. He patted Ghost Shadow's hand and nodded. "All right, then we'll wait outside." Ghost Shadow let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, if Senior Brother Chin didn't listen to his advice and insisted on going in, he really didn't have any good ideas. At most, he could only ensure that he didn't participate in this matter. He couldn't force others to do anything, even if they were fellow disciples. Fortunately, this senior brother of his was also willing to listen to others' advice. Senior Sister Hu said, "Should we also warn them?" Senior Brother Chin shook his head. "Who would believe that?" The myriad Demon Ridge cultivators gathered here were like cats that had smelled blood. They swarmed into the tunnel. It was fine if they didn't go in, but if they reminded others now, they would only be mocked. Others might even think that they had ulterior motives. The number of cultivators outside became fewer and fewer. In the end, only Senior Brother Chin's group of 5 remained. The originally noisy environment suddenly became quiet, making people feel a little uncomfortable. The dull sounds continued to come from the depths of the mine tunnel. Song Jue and the others had caught up with Sinan, who was walking in the front, and saw the amazing scene. Sinan kept walking forward. In front of him, explosive tactical deployments were constantly activated, which made the surrounding rock walls loose and gravel rustled down. They immediately came to the same conclusion as Sinan. The person who set up the formation clearly realized that the formation he had set up could no longer stop Sinan, so he wanted to use these formations to blow up the mine tunnel and buy himself some time. However, the power of this tactical deployment was not enough. Therefore, although the mine tunnel was now full of gravel, it was still stable. As long as there was no more external force, it would not collapse in a short time. Besides, even if one part of the tunnel collapsed, it would not be a big deal. All the cultivators present were at the Cloud River realm. As long as they were not buried alive on the spot, they would not be in any danger. As long as they spent some time and energy, they would eventually clear the tunnel. After a few miles of winding mine tunnel, there was finally an end. When the buzzing of the explosive tactical deployments stopped, and the last ball of fire was annihilated, a hollowed-out mine appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Sinan was the first to step in, followed by Song Jue and the others. Behind them, there was an endless stream of cultivators from the myriad Demon Ridge. The mine tunnel was pitch black, but Song Jue and the others still felt a familiar aura at once. They all raised their eyes and looked in that direction. Someone cast a spell. The spell was not very destructive, but it was incomparably bright. It slowly rose into the air, like a rising sun. Under the cover of the light, the situation of the entire mine tunnel was clear at a glance. The mine tunnel was full of miscellaneous stones, and the space was not small. In the deepest part of the mine tunnel, a figure was sitting cross-legged, wearing a blood-red robe. The blood on the robe had long dried up, making the blood-red robe hard. He sat there quietly, looking at the group of uninvited guests who had suddenly rushed in. "Lu Ye!" A low shout came from the crowd, and there was an urgent commotion. Although many cultivators from the myriad Demon Ridge could basically conclude that the person hiding here was Lu Ye, after all, no one had seen him with their own eyes. At this moment, the person they had been thinking about finally appeared in their field of vision. As soon as the voice fell, streams of spells and imperial tools broke through the space and attacked Lu Ye. However, the distance was still too far. Although Lu Ye's position was within their attack range, the power of the attacks had been greatly reduced by the time they reached Lu Ye. A layer of light curtain suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ye. It was a protective array. The weakened spells and imperial tools hit the protective array, and layers of ripples spread out, but they could not hurt him at all. They could not even break the protective array. The cultivators who attacked were full of unwillingness. They finally understood why Luye was hiding so far away. Someone shouted angrily, "Luye, come and die!" Someone also shouted, "Luye, let's see where you can run this time." In such a closed environment, with such a great disparity in strength, in anyone's opinion, Luye had no hope of escaping unless he could ask the Tianji pillar again and use its power to escape back to the 9 provinces. However, at this moment, there was no trace of the Tianji pillar beside Luye. However, these people only shouted and did not dare to act rashly. Luye had set up so many arrays in the mine tunnel before. Who knew if there were any arrays in this mine tunnel? There must be. Before the arrays were broken, no one dared to act rashly. Song Jue leaned over to Si Nan and whispered, "Brother Si Nan, Luye can set up a teleportation array. Can you see if there is one around him?" Back in Huitian Valley, Luye used a teleportation array to leave. Although there was no such thing as the Tianji pillar, if Luye set up a teleportation array here in advance, he could still escape. However, this possibility was not high. According to the information he received, Luye inadvertently exposed his whereabouts and hid here to heal. There was no reason for him to set up a teleportation array, unless he had foreseen this scene and set up a backup plan in advance. Sinan looked carefully. After a while, he shook his head and said, "I don't see any traces of a teleportation array, but we can't rule out the possibility that the other party deliberately concealed it." They were a little far away, so Si Nen could not see too clearly. Song Jue said, "At this time, if he really set up a teleportation array, he must have used it to escape. There is no need to hide it. Since we didn't see it, it must not be there." In such a desperate situation, Luye was going to die in the end. It was a pity that Ing Wuji failed in Huitian Valley. Otherwise, he would not have to worry about his cultivation resources in the future. It won't be easy to kill him. He has set up many arrays in this mine. Are you waiting for me to break the arrays or attack? Sinan asked. A trace of doubt suddenly appeared in his heart. Logically speaking, if the other party really wanted to resist stubbornly, the location of the mine entrance was the most suitable place to set up an array. However, in fact, there was no array left at the entrance of the mine. It was as if the other party had deliberately left a place for the Myriad Demon's Ridge cultivators to have a foothold. However, Si Nan did not think too much about this matter. He just thought that the other party did not have enough array flags. In the mine tunnel, the other party had set up too many arrays, so the number of array flags consumed must be huge. At this moment, there were still a steady stream of Myriad Demon's Ridge cultivators coming out of the mine tunnel and stepping into the mine. After all, there were nearly 2,000 people in the mine tunnel, so it would take some time for all of them to come in. Song Jue said, "Breaking the array is safe, but it will take a long time. Luye is treacherous, so this matter should not be delayed for too long. What do you think?" The last sentence was directed to the other Ninth Order Realm cultivators. Ning Zizai said, "Brother Song, you can make the decision." Wei Zhong and the other 2 Ninth Order Realm cultivators had no opinion. Song Jue nodded, "Then let's attack." In this way, although there might be some casualties, as long as they were careful enough, there should not be too much of a problem. With this in mind, Song Jue raised his arms and shouted, "Fellow Taoists, Luye is right in front. If you want to share the bounty, follow me to break his array and take his life." Saying so, he took the lead and attacked the empty space in front of him. He really couldn't break the array like Sinan, nor could he see where the array was, but as long as he maintained enough power, he could flatten everything in front of him. Naturally, the hidden array wouldn't be able to play any role. He couldn't do it alone, but if all the Myriad Demon's Ridge cultivators worked together, no matter how many arrays Luye had set up here, they would eventually be destroyed. As Song Jue took action, many Myriad Demons Ridge cultivators also took action. For a time, the spirit chi in the mine was in chaos, and colorful lights constantly bloomed. The blooming spirit chi plowed the ground in front of them over and over again, and all the hidden arrays were forcibly broken before they could be activated. There were also some impatient Myriad Demon Ridge cultivators who leapt up, wanting to fly over and kill Lu Yi. However, before they could even reach 30 feet, a massive pressure descended from the sky, suffocating them. Shockingly, there was also a forbidden space formation set up within the mine. Thunderous rumbling filled the air. The cultivators of the Myriad Demon Ridge rushed into the mine in an arc, constantly attacking and pushing forward. Bit by bit, they closed in on Lu Ye's direction, bringing with them an aura that left one filled with despair. To be continued. Chapter 630. In the deepest part of the mine, Lu Yi sat alone. Near the exit of the mine, many Myriad Demon Ridge cultivators were spread out in an arc, constantly attacking and pushing forward layer by layer. Inside the huge mine, the spiritual power was extremely chaotic. Song Jue didn't attack again. With so many people gathered, there was no need to attack. He had been secretly observing Lu Ye's reaction. What puzzled him was that even in the face of such a desperate situation, Lu Ye's expression was still as calm as water, without the slightest panic. This made his heart skip a beat. Did Lu Ye really set up a teleportation array in advance? Otherwise, how could he be so calm? Or did he know that there was no way to escape and had no intention of resisting? But if the other party had set up a teleportation array in advance, he should have escaped by now. Why stay and take the risk? He secretly estimated the efficiency of the cultivators on his side. In less than a cup of tea's time, they would be able to push 500 feet forward. Once they reached this distance, even if the cultivators on his side only used some long-range attacks, it would be enough to consign Lu Yi to eternal damnation. Although he had set up a protective array, how long could it last? Just as many thoughts flashed through Song Jue's mind, Lu Yi, who had been sitting there motionless, suddenly stood up slowly. He held his long saber in front of him and looked at Song Jue across the air. When their eyes met, Song Jue was surprised to see a smile on the corner of Lu Ye's mouth, followed by Dan Dan's voice. Quite a few people came, very good. Song Jue frowned and shouted, Lu Ye, what tricks are you playing now? Song Jue had been teased by him back in Huitian Valley, which made him angry. Now that Lu Yi suddenly said such words, Song Jue didn't know what he was trying to do. In the current situation, unless he set up a teleportation array in advance, there was no way he could survive. But looking at the other party's posture, it didn't seem like it. You have the advantage in numbers. I'm alone, what tricks can I play? Lu Yi replied casually. Someone in the crowd shouted, Lu Yi, if you know what's good for you, you'd better kill yourself quickly and save yourself some physical pain. Otherwise, when we're in front of you, it won't be easy for you to die. Who will live and who will die, who can say for sure? The person who spoke laughed out loud. You don't think you have a way out today, do you? A large group of Myriad Demons Ridge cultivators roared with laughter. You don't need to worry about whether or not I'll be able to survive today. However, I'm afraid that all of you won't be able to survive today. These arrogant words caused even more Myriad Demons Ridge cultivators to laugh. For a moment, the atmosphere in the mine became joyous. Someone laughed so hard that he clutched his stomach and pointed at Louis. I can't take it anymore. I've always heard about how amazing Louis is, but it turns out that he's just a tough talker. Shameless boasting. Someone shouted angrily. Then I'd like to see how we can't survive. As if in response to this person's question, a violent fluctuation of spiritual energy suddenly came from the tunnel behind them, accompanied by a loud buzzing sound. This sudden turn of events caused all the cultivators of the Myriad Devil Ridge to be bewildered. They all turned their heads to look back and their expressions changed. They saw that the tunnel they had come from had suddenly collapsed. About 30 meters away from the entrance of the tunnel, a large amount of rubble had blocked the tunnel. The fierce spirit energy fluctuations continued to fluctuate, as if someone was madly attacking in the mine. As this person attacked, the range of the mine's collapse grew larger and larger, longer and longer, and the sound of the continuous roar gradually faded away. At this moment, E was casting spells in the tunnel. Powerful spells constantly bombarded the fragile rock walls of the tunnel, causing the rock walls to crack and the rubble to scatter, sealing the tunnel. With her current level of cultivation, it would be difficult for her to cause the tunnel to collapse if it was in perfect condition. However, this tunnel had already been bombarded by the explosion array activated by Lu Yi before. The surrounding rock walls were already weaker than normal, and there were even small areas of collapse in many places. What Yi was doing now was just pushing forward the original foundation. Naturally, the collapse of the tunnel was something she could easily achieve. Now that all the myriad demons' ridge cultivators had poured into the tunnel, there was no one in the tunnel. Moreover, everyone's attention was attracted by Lu Yi. When she appeared in the tunnel, no one noticed her at all. It wasn't until she attacked in all directions and the tunnel began to collapse that the myriad demons' ridge cultivators were alarmed. However, it was too late to stop her. When they saw the tunnel collapse, all the myriad demons' ridge cultivators stopped. Ning Zizai even flashed into the tunnel to investigate the situation. When he looked up, he saw that the tunnel they had come from was tightly sealed. Moreover, from the sound of the collapse, the area of the tunnel's collapse was obviously getting farther and farther, even spreading out for 1 or 2 miles. Such a large-scale collapse was not something that could be solved in a short period of time. Even if there were many myriad demons' ridge cultivators, it would still take more than half a day to clear the tunnel. Fortunately, although the tunnel had collapsed, it didn't have much of an impact on the interior of the tunnel. Only the violent shaking caused a lot of rubble to fall from the top of the tunnel. Such a huge commotion naturally spread outside. Listening to Ghost Shadow's advice, Senior Brother Qin, who was waiting outside, immediately sensed the commotion. When he looked up, he saw that the mountain ahead was shaking violently. What happened? Senior Sister Hu asked. Senior Brother Qin frowned. From the sound of the commotion, it seems that the tunnel has collapsed. Why would it collapse all of a sudden? Senior Sister Hu didn't understand. Perhaps it's caused by the aftermath of the battle inside. Senior Brother Qin felt that something was wrong. Lu Ye was alone, and the myriad demons' ridge had sent more than 2,000 people this time. The battle couldn't have been so intense. As long as the myriad demons' ridge found Lu Ye's movements, they should be able to kill him quickly. Just as the two of them were talking, violent winds suddenly swept out from the depths of the tunnel, rushing out from the entrance and sweeping up dust. As expected, the tunnel has collapsed. Senior Sister Hu's face was filled with fear. Even Cloud River tier cultivators wouldn't dare to ignore such a large-scale collapse. If they were buried inside, they would definitely die. It was unknown if anyone had been affected. Is this the danger that Junior Brother sensed? Senior Sister Hu turned to look at Ghost Shadow. She had to admit that her junior brother's ability to sense danger was indeed impressive. If he hadn't dissuaded everyone just now, they might have really encountered this calamity. Ghost Shadow's expression was solemn, and he slowly shook his head. It shouldn't be that simple. A simple collapse couldn't have made him feel such a fierce sense of danger. Even now, when he recalled that feeling, he still felt lingering fear. However, he really couldn't understand what dangers were inside. No matter how he looked at it, Lu Ye was definitely going to die this time. In the tunnel, as the sound of the collapse continued to spread, the myriad demons' ridge cultivators also stopped what they were doing. However, everyone's expression was still considered calm. As long as the tunnel didn't collapse, it wasn't a big problem. The tunnel had collapsed because there was no way to leave in a short time. After killing Lu Ye, with so many people working together, they would definitely be able to clear a path. They wouldn't be trapped here to death. He actually has helpers. Song Jue frowned. The accident just now wasn't an accident, but a man-made one. Lu Ye had a hidden helper. After everyone had entered the mine, the helper made a move and collapsed the tunnel. However, no one saw what that helper looked like. If that was all, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, some unusual information revealed by this made Song Jue feel uneasy. He recalled the scene when he followed behind Si Nan and watched Si Nan move forward as if he was wrapped in endless power, flattening the explosion formations set up by Lu Ye. At that time, in his opinion, Lu Ye felt that those explosion formations couldn't stop Si Nan, so he simply activated them in advance with the intention of collapsing the tunnel in exchange for time at death's door. However, now it seemed that things weren't that simple. Those explosion formations that were activated in advance didn't collapse the tunnel, but instead made the rock walls around the tunnel loosen. After being attacked, it was easier for the tunnel to collapse. Lu Ye had arranged for another helper to hide in the back, resulting in the current situation where no one could leave the tunnel. The current situation wasn't caused by a coincidence. It was originally part of some plan. What did he want to do? Song Jue frowned. He really couldn't guess Lu Ye's intentions. The only thing he could think of now was that Lu Ye had set up a teleportation formation in advance and would find an opportunity to use it to leave here. If that was the case, then this operation would end in failure again. However, the other party hadn't left yet, so there was a high probability that he didn't have a teleportation formation. He also had a helper secretly coordinating with him, resulting in the current situation where everyone was trapped in the tunnel. Suddenly, someone in the crowd laughed. Lu Ye, don't tell me you want this tunnel to collapse and bury everyone with you? If that's the case, then I'll have to disappoint you. It's only the tunnel that's collapsed. Although the hollowed-out tunnel had been affected by the tremor just now, it wasn't a big deal and was still solid. Bury with me? Lu Ye's gaze was still calm as he looked at the densely packed cultivators of the Myriad Demons Ridge. You don't have the qualifications. As I said, the only ones who won't live today are you. As he spoke, Lu Ye raised a hand and curled his middle finger, holding a dark green bead at the tip of his finger. At this moment, a large amount of gray mist ignited on the talent tree in the source spirit aperture. Aiming at the direction of the Myriad Demons Ridge cultivators, Lu Ye poured his spiritual power into it and flicked his finger. "Stop that thing!" someone shouted. Although they didn't know what Lu Ye had flicked, any action at this time was extremely suspicious. As the person's voice fell, a series of attacks attacked the dark green bead. Multicolored light enveloped the dark green bead like a flood. However, in the next moment, the rich dark green light instantly broke through the blockade of the multicolored light and exploded like a green cloud, sweeping in all directions. The myriad poison bead that would shake the 9 provinces in the future and make countless cultivators tremble in fear at the mention of its name, displayed its domineering power for the first time today. To be continued. Chapter 631. The dark green poisonous cloud exploded and instantly enveloped a large area, filling the space with green poisonous miasma. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their fingers in front of them. It was a color deeper than darkness and seemed to be able to devour all light. Everyone thought that Lu Ye had flicked out a spiritual weapon to kill enemies. Who would have thought that it was such a plaything? Many Myriad Demon Ridge cultivators were caught off guard and were enveloped by the poisonous miasma. The next moment exclamations rang out. "It's poison! Hold your breath! Take the antidote pill! Damn you, Lu Ye! I'm going to tear you into pieces!" The cultivators who were not affected by the poisonous miasma all panicked and retreated, trying to avoid the poisonous miasma. The affected cultivators hurriedly activated their spiritual power to protect themselves. At the same time, they held their breaths and hurriedly took out antidote pills from their storage bags and swallowed them. In this chaotic environment, Another dark green myriad poison pearl rushed out of the miasma and flew above the many myriad demons' ridge cultivators. This time, before they could do anything to stop it, the myriad poison pearl exploded with a loud bang. A huge poisonous cloud spread out and enveloped a large number of myriad demon ridge cultivators. Then, in another direction, the third infinite poison pearl exploded. When Lu Yi had returned to the spirit stream battlefield to see Hua Ci, he had taken a total of 3 infinite poison pearls from her. This time, he had used all of them, leaving not a single one behind. As a result, almost all the myriad demon ridge cultivators were enveloped by the poisonous cloud. As the myriad demon ridge cultivators' spiritual power surged, the poisonous cloud spread throughout the entire mine. Soon, violent coughing sounds came from the thick green fog, accompanied by labored breathing and screams. The myriad demon ridge cultivators were shocked to find that even if they activated their spiritual power to protect themselves, they could not resist the corrosion of the poisonous miasma. Even if they held their breaths, the omnipresent poisonous miasma seemed to have entered their bodies through their pores. In just a few seconds, everyone showed different signs of being poisoned. Some felt numb all over, some felt unbearably itchy, and some felt dizzy. They staggered, and an abnormal green color appeared on their faces. But without exception, almost everyone felt that the spiritual energy in their bodies had become stagnant, and the flow of the spiritual energy river had slowed down. Moreover, this sign became more and more obvious as time passed. Pudong sounds came from all over the place. Surprisingly, some of the cultivators with lower cultivation could no longer hold on and fell to the ground. The cultivators who could still hold on fled in all directions, but the poisonous fog had already filled most of the mine. Seeing that even Lu Ye's position was no longer safe, where could they escape to? Originally, there was a way out by following the tunnel, but just now, the tunnel had completely collapsed, and this place had become a completely sealed environment. There were curses, angry shouts, and screams of people being trampled. The scene was chaotic. Somewhere in the crowd, Song Jue felt his body weakening at a speed visible to the naked eye. The corners of his eyes twitched violently. Even he, a ninth order from a first-grade sect, couldn't resist the corrosion of the poisonous fog, so how could anyone else? Not long ago, he thought that Lu Yi had no other way out except to arrange a transmission array in advance, but in the blink of an eye, the situation had become so bad. The other party had never thought of escaping. He stayed here just to invite them into a trap. He wanted to kill 2,000 cultivators from Myriad Demon Ridge by himself. How audacious! Originally, this was impossible to achieve, but under the other party's step-by-step guidance and planning, this impossible thing now had some possibility of being realized. Yes, at this point, how could Song Jue not understand that this was all part of Lu Ye's plan? It was true that he had exposed his whereabouts, but it was probably not accidental. He had deliberately exposed himself to attract a large number of people from Myriad Demon Ridge here. As for his serious injuries, it should also be a kind of smokescreen. At the very least, he didn't see any signs of injury on Lu Ye's body. Lu Ye's aura was very stable. He had arranged many explosion arrays in the mine tunnel, but his biggest purpose was not to prevent the Myriad Demon Ridge cultivators from investigating further, but to loosen the stone walls in the mine tunnel in preparation for the collapse of the mine tunnel. When many cultivators from the Myriad Devil Ridge were attracted to this place, his hidden helper took action. The mine collapsed and everyone was trapped in this place, unable to escape for a while. And in such a sealed environment, the poison fog's power was undoubtedly at its greatest. It wasn't that he didn't have doubts before. For example, why was Lu Yi seriously injured? Who hurt him? Why was Lu Yi able to hide in the depths of Tai Mang Mountain for several days without being discovered by anyone, but instead exposed himself in the periphery? Even if his whereabouts were exposed, he shouldn't have chosen to hide in such an environment where there was no way out. But these doubts were all explained by himself with some possible answers. Moreover, who would have thought that a fifth-order Cloud River Realm cultivator would be so bold? Not only did he not try to hide his whereabouts when he was being hunted down by the entire Myriad Demon Ridge camp, he even took the initiative to set up a trap? He even lured so many Myriad Demon Ridge cultivators in at once. Wasn't he afraid of screwing things up? At this moment it was meaningless to think about this. In this closed environment, the power of the poisonous fog was gradually showing its effect, and Song Jue could already feel his strength rapidly declining. Although he had taken the detoxification pill immediately, the effect of the detoxification pill was extremely limited. If he didn't find a way to leave this place quickly, he was afraid that all 2,000 cultivators would be wiped out. Thinking of the possible consequences, Song Jue couldn't help but shudder. Killing 2,000 cultivators at the same time was something that had never happened in the history of the cultivation world of the 9 provinces, and it was impossible to happen. He had heard that thousands of Myriad Demon Ridge cultivators had died directly or indirectly at Lu Ye's hands during the Spirit Stream battlefield, but that was only hearsay. The number of cultivators that had been killed was only a number to him. But when this number turned into fresh lives, even Song Jue, who had killed many people, couldn't remain indifferent. He pushed his spirit energy and shouted, "What are you panicking for? Those below the Third Order Realm, hurry up and clear the mine. Those above the Third Order Realm, destroy the spirit array and kill Lu Yi." Song Jue had to admit that he was quite experienced in making arrangements at this time, and his arrangements were undoubtedly the right medicine for the problem. As long as they could quickly clear the passage they came from, they would have a way out. No matter how powerful the poison was, as long as they didn't die immediately, there would always be a way to deal with it. While clearing the passage, killing Lu Yi would solve the problem at the source. Although killing Lu Yi wouldn't cure them of the poison, at the very least, they wouldn't be threatened in this environment. In this closed environment, Lu Yi was their only enemy. In such a chaotic situation, people like Song Jue needed to stand up and preside over the overall situation. Following his shout, the panicked cultivators of the Myriad Demons Ridge seemed to have found their backbone and started to move. Colorful lights bloomed again as many Myriad Demon Ridge cultivators continued their previous actions, pushing forward to break through the spirit array arranged by Lu Yi. The cultivators below the Third Order Realm also turned back and rushed towards the mine tunnel, preparing to clear the rubble in it. However, many cultivators staggered and fell to the ground after just a few steps. They didn't die immediately, but they had no strength left in their bodies. The flow of spirit energy in their bodies had almost stagnated, and they couldn't circulate it at all. Cultivators who couldn't circulate their spirit energy were stronger than ordinary people. In the end, only a dozen or so people managed to walk into the mine tunnel, but even they didn't know how long they could last. Hong hong hong. Violent sounds continued to erupt as the spirit energy fluctuations became extremely chaotic. At this moment, the entire mine was filled with poisonous fog, and even Lu Ye's position wasn't spared. He still stood there with his long saber, allowing the Myriad Demon Ridge cultivators to approach him bit by bit. His face was as calm as an ancient well, and he even had the leisure to immerse himself in observing the reaction of his talent tree. Soon, he found that the 10,000 poison bead he summoned this time was much more powerful than the last time, because the reaction of his talent tree was more intense than before. This undoubtedly meant that the 10,000 poison beads' toxicity was much stronger this time. This discovery surprised him a little. So far, Lu Yi had only used the 10,000 poison bead once, and that was in the Myriad Beasts sealed world against the Black Tortoise sect master, Niu Meng. The situation at that time was really desperate. Although he had several Cloud River Realm 9th Order cultivators on his side, they couldn't fight back against Niu Meng, who had transformed into the core of the insect nest. Pang Dehai, who was disguised as a body cultivator, was almost beaten to death by Niu Meng. Even Zhou Hai, a sword cultivator known for his killing ability, couldn't cause any effective damage to Niu Meng. In the end, Lu Yi had no choice but to summon the 10,000 poison bead to attack both friend and foe. This weakened Niu Meng's strength, and together with Zhou Hai, they found an opportunity to break his beast transformation secret technique. At that time, he summoned the 10,000 poison bead because he had no other choice. After all, Lu Yi was immune to poison, and others couldn't. Niu Meng in his beast form was undoubtedly very strong. After seeing the strength of the giant berserk ape, Lu Yi felt that Niu Meng in his beast form was almost at the level of an overlord. But even so, his strength was still weakened by the 10,000 poison bead. Even an overlord couldn't resist the power of the 10,000 poison bead, let alone these myriad demon ridge cultivators who had now entered the mine. Moreover, the 10,000 poison bead this time was even more poisonous than the last one. Lu Yi didn't know that the 10,000 poison bead was the condensation of Hua Xi's cultivation. This thing could not only be used to fight enemies, but could also be used as a reserve for Hua Xi's cultivation. In other words, when Hua Xi broke through to the Cloud River realm in the future, she could swallow the 10,000 poison bead again to improve her cultivation. To be continued. Chapter 632. Now that Hua Xi was in the Spirit Stream battlefield, her cultivation had reached its limit and she could no longer improve it, so she had to reduce her cultivation again and again to refine the myriad poison bead. The toxicity of the myriad poison beads was not only related to the amount of cultivation Hua Xi consumed to refine them, but also to the toxicity of the poisons she swallowed. The first time she gave the myriad poison bead to Lu Yi, Hua Xi wasn't familiar with this method and had only done it for practice. Moreover, in order to prevent Lu Yi from seeing any clues and having unnecessary worries, she didn't consume too much of her cultivation. But later, as she refined more and more myriad poison beads, she became more and more familiar with it. This time, Hua Xi consumed a lot more of her cultivation to refine the myriad poison beads that Lu Yi obtained. Furthermore, Hua Xi had already found the source of the forest of 1,000 poisons and had even created a poison pool in the deepest part of the forest. The last time Lu Yi went back to visit her, this woman was leisurely soaking in the poison pool. That was the manifestation of the myriad poison forest's poison source, which was many times more toxic than the poison mist she had swallowed. All these reasons led to one result. The 3 myriad poison beads that Lu Yi summoned this time were more than twice as toxic as the last one. This was something Lu Yi did not expect. If he had known about this, he would not have been willing to use up all 3 myriad poison beads and would have at least kept one. But now that he had used it, it was meaningless to think about it. The poison mist filled the entire mine, and no one was spared. Large patches of gray mist continued to rise from the talent tree in Lu Ye's body. He had the talent tree, which made him impervious to all poisons. As long as there was enough fuel in the talent tree, he did not have to worry about being affected by the poison. But the myriad demon ridge cultivators were in a different situation. Even if they had backup antidotes, they still could not resist the poison. The lower the cultivator's cultivation, the fiercer the reaction. At first, the cultivators below the third-order realm collapsed one after another. They did not die immediately, but the flow of spirit energy in their bodies had completely stagnated. They could not use any of their spirit energy and their bodies were weak. In this situation, if they did not find a way to detoxify the poison quickly, they would not survive. Gradually, 4th order and 5th order cultivators couldn't hold on any longer and collapse. Cultivators with higher cultivations were still able to hold on for a while, but no matter who it was, they all felt their strength plummet. Fear and shock were spreading, and in order to destroy the formation as quickly as possible, the cultivators were all urging their spiritual power and using various methods, which accelerated the effects of the poison on their bodies. The cultivators of the myriad Devil Ridge had never imagined that they would encounter such an inconceivable situation when so many of them rushed in to kill Lu Yi. It wasn't that they hadn't come into contact with poisons before. Their cultivation levels had reached the Cloud River tier, and they had experienced some hardship. They had also come into contact with a number of strange poisons. However, this was the first time that they had come into contact with such a tyrannical and unreasonable poison. While the myriad Demon Ridge was in chaos, Lu Yi, who had been standing calmly in place, moved. He casually took out an array flag and waved it gently. Crack! A deafening clap of thunder reverberated throughout the sealed mine. Accompanied by the sound of thunder, a bolt of lightning appeared from above and smashed into the crowd. Ah! As the lightning struck, a scream rang out. No one knew which unlucky bastard had been struck. The strike of the lightning seemed to be a signal. After the first bolt of lightning fell, more and more bolts of lightning fell from the sky. The bright lightning pierced through the green poisonous fog and played the symphony of death. Crackling sounds could be heard incessantly. As far as the eye could see, there seemed to be countless lightning snakes descending from the sky. And at the top of the mine, a huge magic formation was emitting light. All kinds of mysterious patterns flickered continuously. Every time a bolt of lightning struck, it would be accompanied by a blood-curdling scream. Thunder Guiding Array. The killing array that Lu Yi had set up the most was the explosion array. This was because this array was simple enough and had great lethality. Once someone stepped into it, it could cause a certain degree of damage to the enemy. However, this didn't mean that he only knew how to set up explosion arrays. He had mastered many spirit runes. If he used them as the core of a spirit array, he could set up a corresponding spirit array. An array that used the Thunder Guiding Spirit rune as the core was called the Thunder Guiding Array. An array that used the Golden Arc Spirit rune as the core was called the Golden Arc Array. An array that used the Blazing Flame Spirit rune as the core was called the Blazing Flame Array. No one had expected that he would set up this spirit array on the rock wall above in advance. The myriad Demon Ridge cultivators were only focused on breaking the spirit array in front of them. How could they have known that there was a great crisis above them? For a moment, the scene became even more lively as Lu Yi activated the power of the spirit array. Blazing white lightning, golden arcs of lightning, and fiery red snakes of fire fell from above like a torrential downpour as the spirit arrays operated. The power of these spirit arrays was actually not too great. Normally, even a 5th or 6th order cultivator would be able to withstand them. However, at this moment, many cultivators from Myriad Demon Ridge were affected by the poisonous fog, and their strength had been greatly reduced. At this moment, the power of these spirit arrays was particularly lethal. The smell of burnt flesh accompanied by the smell of blood spread out. Many lives were annihilated in the green poisonous fog, one after another, seemingly endless. The dense green poisonous fog filled every corner of the mine. Not only were the Myriad Demon Ridge cultivators unable to see Lu Ye's figure, but Lu Yi couldn't see them either. However, this had no effect on him. Right now, everyone in this mine was an enemy except for himself, so he only needed to guide the power of the spirit arrays to cover the places with the densest vitality. Hurry up and break the formation above. Someone finally reacted and shouted sternly. In an instant, many attacks blasted towards the rock wall above, causing rubble to fall and the spirit arrays to be destroyed one after another. At this time, the spirit arrays that Lu Yi had set up in the mine were almost flattened by the Myriad Demon Ridge cultivators. Although a large number of cultivators fell to the ground and couldn't get up, there were still some with stronger cultivations who could continue to hold on. However, when the furious Myriad Demon Ridge cultivators arrived at Lu Ye's original position, they found that he was nowhere to be found. Lu Yi naturally couldn't just stand there and wait. Now that he was in such a chaotic and blind environment, he had enough space to perform perfectly. He did not even need to distinguish between friend and foe. Wherever he passed by, As long as there was life and aura, there would always be screams and the sound of blood splattering out with a slash of his saber. Song Jue's voice rang out amidst the chaos. Everyone, gather together and guard against ambushes. Report Lu Yi's position as soon as possible. However, his voice was soon drowned out by the chaotic shouting. Realizing that Lu Yi was wandering around and hunting, all the myriad Demon Ridge cultivators became nervous. Whenever someone dared to approach them, they would immediately use their killing moves to attack. For a time, there were many accidental injuries, causing even more quarrels and curses. The scene became completely chaotic. Song Jue secretly cursed a group of people who couldn't be brought to the table, but he also knew that everyone would become nervous in such a situation. He was shocked to find that, if the situation continued to develop like this, it wouldn't be impossible for Lu Yi to slaughter 2,000 people by himself. Without mentioning anything else, the cultivators below the Fourth Order were basically powerless to resist and were all lying limp on the ground. He had previously sent some Third Order cultivators to clean up the collapsed mine tunnel, but those cultivators didn't last long and were now all lying there. The smell of blood became stronger and stronger, and the screams hadn't stopped since the beginning. Vitality was being annihilated in everyone's perception. In the pitch-black poisonous fog, Lu Yi was like a soul-sucking emissary. Everywhere he passed, there would be a rain of blood. The myriad Demon Ridge cultivators had no power to resist at all. Moreover, as time passed, the myriad Demon Ridge cultivators were more and more affected by the poisonous fog, and their strength became weaker and weaker. It became easier and easier for Lu Yi to kill them. Until a certain moment, Lu Yi encountered a troublesome character. Since the spirit array arranged on the top of the cave was destroyed, he had been wandering around to kill enemies. No matter what the opponent's cultivation was, he could basically finish them off with a single slash. But at this moment, when he slashed at a burly body cultivator, the latter's originally weak aura suddenly erupted with a powerful momentum. While blocking Lu Yi's slash with an armguard-like spirit artifact, the burly body cultivator's other hand reached out to grab Lu Yi. Gritting his teeth, the burly body cultivator shouted, "Found you!" Lu Yi immediately reacted. This guy's weakness just now was either a disguise, or he had used some kind of secret technique to stimulate his strength. The moment the burly body cultivator attacked, his Ninth Order cultivation was also exposed. With so many myriad Demon Ridge cultivators, there must be a Ninth Order cultivator. Not to mention that Song Jue was a Ninth Order cultivator, there must be others. Therefore, even if Lu Yi was wandering and hunting, he didn't relax his vigilance. He had a slight impression of this burly body cultivator, who was standing not far from Song Jue just now. The Ninth Order body cultivator was naturally Wei Zhong. Although he and the other Ninth Order cultivators were shocked by Lu Yi's methods and ruthlessness, in the end, they all had extraordinary backgrounds and didn't panic in the face of such a situation. Instead, they remained dormant and waited for a good opportunity. Lu Yi attacking him was exactly what he wanted. As a result, Lu Yi would be exposed in front of him. Even if he couldn't capture Lu Yi immediately, as long as he was entangled for a moment, Song Jue and the others would definitely be able to react. At that time, everyone would join forces, and even if their strength was greatly reduced, it would still be enough to capture Lu Yi. As long as he could capture Lu Yi, the crisis would be averted, and all that was left was to clear the mine tunnel and leave. That was what Wei Zhong thought, but when he reached out to grab Lu Yi, he caught nothing but air. Lu Yi's reaction was undoubtedly faster than he expected. The moment he realized something was wrong, he took advantage of the momentum to retreat. At the same time, he raised his left hand and sent out a stream of light towards Wei Zhong. At this moment, Wei Zhong felt a chill run down his spine. It was an instinctive response to fatal crisis, but before he could react, a stream of light swept past him and passed through his body without any hindrance, bringing with it a spray of blood. To be continued. Chapter 633. Within the dark green fog, Wei Zhong lowered his head to look at his chest. There was a wound there that wasn't too obvious, but it was a fatal wound, because his heart had been pierced through. At the last moment of his life, Wei Zhong felt his broken heart beat weakly, and as his strength drained away, he fell to the ground with a thud. He had not expected that Lu Yi would have something that could take his life in a single blow. Even if his strength had declined, he was still a strong body cultivator, so how could he be so vulnerable? What he didn't know was that the artifact in Lu Ye's hand could even penetrate giant armor's defense in an instant. This artifact was the broken arrow Wei Ke had used at that time. Although giant armor was only a fifth-order cultivator now, in terms of physique and defense, he was not inferior to the ninth-order Wei Zhong. This broken arrow could break through giant armor's defense, so naturally it could also break through his. In addition, Lu Yi had caught him off guard, so it was only natural that he would end up like this. However, although this broken arrow was powerful, its only drawback was that it consumed a lot of spirit qi. Fortunately, Lu Yi had a spirit storage ring on his hand, and after such a long time, the spirit qi stored in his spirit storage ring had already been filled to the brim. After using this artifact, Lu Yi clearly felt that more than half of the spirit qi in his spirit storage ring had disappeared in an instant. In other words, even if he borrowed the spirit qi stored in his spirit storage ring, he could only use this broken arrow once in a short period of time. If he wanted to use it a second time, he would have to exhaust all the remaining spirit qi in his spirit storage ring as well as a portion of his own spirit qi. In addition to the huge consumption of spirit qi, the biggest problem with this broken arrow was the number of times it could be used. There were all kinds of strange artifacts, but without exception, they all had a limit to the number of times they could be used, and most of them were one-time consumables. This was the case with the tracking plate, the golden body token, and even the death arena. Although this broken arrow was not a one-time consumable, it could not be used too many times. When Lu Yi obtained it, there was already a crack on it, and now that it had been used once, the crack had obviously grown larger. If Lu Yi had time to observe, he would have been able to see that this broken arrow could only be used once more at most. However, at this moment, he didn't have the time to investigate the situation of the broken arrow. After killing Wei Zhong, the broken arrow flew back to his hand under his control. Although he had the upper hand in the current situation, with a large number of cultivators with low cultivation levels being like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, there were still some who had the power to resist. Killing a ninth-order body cultivator with lightning speed was enough to deter a small number of masters, making it easier for him to take action. Therefore, he would not use the broken arrow unless he had no other choice. This was indeed the case. The moment Wei Zhong made a move, Song Jue, Ning Zizai, and the other ninth-order masters noticed it and rushed over to provide support. However, in the next moment, Wei Zhong fell to the ground and his vitality dissipated. Under the cover of the poisonous fog, they couldn't see what had happened, but they could perceive that Wei Zhong's aura had been annihilated, which undoubtedly caused great shock to these ninth-order masters. Everyone's expressions changed drastically as they stopped in their tracks. Song Jie probed in a low voice, "Brother Wei?" There was no response. Song Jue swallowed his saliva with difficulty. The situation was getting worse. He didn't expect that Lu Yi could even kill Wei Zhong. Even if Wei Zhong was affected by the poisonous fog and couldn't exert his full strength, he was still a strong body cultivator. In fact, before this, Song Jue had been quite calm. Although the current situation was bad, and Lu Yi was hunting everywhere, the number of myriad Demon Ridge cultivators was still there, and there were even a few ninth-order cultivators guarding them. He always felt that Lu Yi would not be able to leave this place alive, unless Lu Yi could kill everyone. But when Wei Zhong died, this determination in his heart was shaken. Even Wei Zhong couldn't block Lu Ye's attack, so how could they? Go! Song Jue shouted in a low voice and rushed back in the direction they came from with a few of his fellow disciples. The myriad Demon Ridge cultivators with low cultivation couldn't be counted on, so they could only clean up the collapsed mine tunnel and leave this place quickly. Suddenly, a scream came from behind. It seemed to be Junior Brother Yan's voice. But Song Jue didn't dare to look back because he knew that even if he did, he wouldn't be able to see anything. When he arrived in front of the mine tunnel, Song Jue discovered that there were many people who had the same idea as him. At this time, many cultivators had already arrived at the collapsed mine tunnel and were trying to clear out the rubble. However, the crowd was too crowded and everyone was fleeing. There wasn't an effective organization, so they weren't able to clear out much of the tunnel. Instead, many myriad Demon Ridge cultivators were fighting each other as they rushed into the tunnel. In the poisonous fog, Lu Yi was still hunting. The dried blood on his clothes became sticky and wet again. The screams and cries of the myriad Demon Ridge cultivators came from all directions. A large number of them died from their own injuries. At this time, outside the mine tunnel, some myriad Demon Ridge cultivators who had heard the news gathered. These people received the news a little late, so they arrived a little late, so there weren't many of them. By the time they arrived, most of the myriad Demon Ridge cultivators had already entered the mine tunnel. The mine tunnel had also collapsed by 2 miles due to Yi's actions. Now, these cultivators stood at the entrance of the mine tunnel, listening attentively, their expressions changing. A Cloud River tier cultivator's sense of hearing was still very sharp, especially in an environment like a mine. Even the slightest sound would often be magnified. Thus, even if they were several kilometers away, they would still be able to faintly hear some strange sound. Why are there so many screams coming from inside? Some cultivators wondered if they had heard wrongly. Did you hear that? 2,000 myriad Demon Ridge cultivators had rushed into the mine to kill Lu Yi. The battle should be over soon, but why were there endless screams coming from inside? Judging from these sounds, it seemed that a fierce battle had broken out inside. There are indeed screams. Someone nodded in agreement, indicating that he had also heard the screams. He guessed, could it be that Lu Yi has some helpers inside? If that was the case, those screams should be coming from Lu Yi and his helpers. At this moment, they must be surrounded by the myriad Demon Ridge cultivators. Senior Brother Qin's team was also listening at the entrance of the mine. They looked at each other with solemn expressions. They didn't know whether Lu Yi had helpers inside or not, but they knew that this matter was completely different from what they had expected. Coupled with Ghost Shadow's previous warning, everyone's hearts were heavy, as if something extremely bad was about to happen. These unimaginable thoughts appeared in their hearts, but they were quickly extinguished. They instinctively felt that such a thing was impossible. But what if it was really happening? That would undoubtedly correspond to Ghost Shadow's warning. They didn't rush in with the crowd, which was equivalent to saving their lives. At this moment, 2 streams of light quickly flew over from not far away. The powerful aura they emitted was clearly something that only 9th Order cultivators could possess. They landed at the entrance of the mine and revealed 2 figures. They were 2 men. If Lu Yi was here, he would definitely recognize these 2 as Xiaoliang and Tanxing. After the Holy Eve's Spirit Earth Fire Prairie was killed, these 2 left returning Heaven Valley early because Xiaoliang concluded that Lu Yi and the others would definitely use the Heaven's Fate Pillar to escape back to the 9 states after encountering an unresolvable crisis, so they didn't stay to waste time. They originally planned to wait until a month later, when Lu Yi entered the Cloud River battlefield again to find a way to find out his whereabouts. But they didn't expect that things would develop completely differently from what Xiaoliang had expected. Lu Yi didn't escape back to the 9 states. Instead, he made a deal with the myriad Demon Ridge cultivators besieging returning Heaven Valley. After that, he hid in the dark and attacked the invaders in Great Mang Mountain. In the end, his whereabouts were exposed here, and he was blocked in the mine by the myriad Demon Ridge cultivators. Xiao Yang and Tan Xing were originally far away from this area, but after receiving the news, they hurriedly rushed over and finally arrived. Sweeping his gaze, Xiao Yang asked, "Is Lu Ye inside?" A cultivator nodded. "I heard that he is inside. What's the situation now?" The cultivator shook his head. "We just arrived, so we're not too sure." "Is there anything you know?" Tan Xing asked from the side. Senior Brother Qin thought for a moment and stepped forward, saying, "Half a day ago, nearly 2,000 fellow Taoists charged in under the lead of Senior Brother Song Jue and the others from Deep Rainbow Hall. But for some reason, the mine suddenly collapsed. Now, the people inside are trapped, and the people outside can't enter. Also, it seems that a very fierce battle broke out inside, and many people died." While Senior Brother Qin was saying this, Xiao Yang and Tan Xing also heard faint screams coming from the depths of the mine. The two of them couldn't help but feel strange. Xiao Yang frowned. "How many people are there with Lu Ye?" Senior Brother Qin said, "It's said that he's alone. I'm not sure if it's true or not. It was very difficult to get any useful information from here." Xiao Yang and Tan Xing looked at each other and flashed into the mine. Seeing this, the others hurriedly followed. Only Senior Brother Qin's team was still standing outside, unmoved. They didn't follow the crowd before, and it was too late to go in now. Moreover, with Ghost Shadow's warning and the various changes, they didn't dare to rashly go in. The reason why they stayed here was mainly to see what the final result of this matter would be. However, in the eyes of Senior Brother Qin and the others, no matter what the result was, Lu Ye would undoubtedly die. In such a situation, there was no way he could survive. In the mine tunnel, Xiao Yang and Tan Xing hurried for less than 2 miles before the road ahead was blocked. At this point, the screams and cries of pain became even clearer. Something was wrong. Judging from the sounds, the battle that broke out inside was clearly very fierce. If Lu Ye was alone, it was impossible for him to do such a thing. Could it be that he had many people in ambush and was currently fighting with the people of Myriad Devil Ridge? To be continued. Chapter 634. Inside the mine, blood flowed like a river and corpses were everywhere. The cultivators who died under Lu Ye's blade were actually only a small portion of them. Some of them died from the very beginning of the formation, some of them died from their own accidental injuries, and most of them died from the corrosion of the poisonous fog. The 3 10,000 poison pills that Lu Ye used this time were far more poisonous than he had expected. The lower the cultivator, the weaker their resistance to poison. Especially cultivators below the 5th order, even if they took the detoxification pill, they had no resistance to the poisonous fog. The number of cultivators below the 5th order was the highest. At first, they only felt their spirit chi stagnate, their bodies weak and dizzy, but as time passed, the poison took effect and their vitality quickly faded away. In the end, they quietly turned into corpses. Those who were still standing were all cultivators above the 5th order, but no matter how high their cultivation was, they all felt exhausted and powerless. Gradually, the screams and cries in the mine became sparse. It wasn't because Lu Ye stopped, but because there were fewer and fewer people alive. The thick poisonous fog also gradually thinned, allowing people to slowly see the scene a few meters away. Somewhere in the mine, Mingzha's face was covered with a layer of green, and behind him were several Holy Eve's spiritual land cultivators. Originally, there were dozens of them, but now there were only a few left. The others were all lying on the ground, some killed, some poisoned to death. Although they were still alive, they all looked terrified, and there were even female cultivators who were sobbing softly. Mingzha couldn't figure out how things had developed like this. Just like how he didn't think that Fire Prairie would die at the hands of Lu Ye, it seemed that as long as he faced this evil star of the Blue Blood sect, all kinds of unimaginable things could happen. Returning to Heaven Spirit Land's location was exposed by Tu Guanxiong. A large number of Myriad Demons Ridge cultivators gathered in front of Returning to Heaven Valley, and Mingzha led the defeated Holy Eve's spiritual land cultivators back. Originally, they wanted to witness Lu Ye's death with their own eyes, but they didn't get to do so. After that, Lu Ye used the transmission array to leave, returning to Heaven Spirit Land, and hunted myriad demons ridge cultivators in the depths of Grand Mang Mountains, causing the Holy Eve's spiritual land to lose some people. After that, hearing that Lu Ye was hiding here, Mingzhi rushed over with his men. They had thought that they would be able to see Lu Ye's death this time, but in the end, the prey had become the hunter. The myriad demons ridge, who had the advantage in numbers, had suffered heavy casualties. Why? Lu Ye was just a fifth-order cultivator, so how could he accomplish such a feat? The poison fog churned in front of him. Following a short and sharp cry, a figure broke through the fog. Although he could not see the face clearly, Mingzhi would never forget that familiar figure. Lu Ye. The other party had obviously noticed them as well. Without any hesitation, he charged over with his saber. Mingzhi roared angrily and stepped forward. The two figures crossed each other. Blood spurted out from Mingzhi's neck and his body fell to the ground. At the last moment of his life, he heard the screams of the Holy Eve's spiritual land cultivators who had been hiding behind him. If he had been at his peak, his eighth-order wise philosopher realm cultivation would have been enough to fight against Lu Ye, but the power of the 10,000 poison bead had reduced his strength by more than half, so he couldn't even withstand a single blow from Lu Ye. At this point, all the cultivators who had left the Holy Eve's spiritual land had been wiped out. In the Holy Eve's spiritual land, Tu Guanxiong felt the battlefield marks disappear one after another. His face was ashen. Not long ago, Mingzhi had sent him a message to inform him of the situation here. He had originally wanted to borrow the hands of others to take revenge for fire-burning prairie, but in the end, he had caused the Holy Eve's spiritual land to suffer even greater losses. Ning Zizai hid behind a large rock and tried his best to restrain his aura. Although he was so upset that he wanted to vomit blood because of the poison, he did not dare to make any movements. He was not a ghost cultivator and could not hide himself, but in this mine filled with poison fog, doing so would undoubtedly reduce the risk of being exposed. He even felt that as long as he was careful enough, Lu Ye would not discover him. However, in the end, he was thinking too much. In the poison fog, everyone's vision was greatly affected. They could only rely on their perception, and perception was something that Lu Ye was best at. Even a ghost cultivator like Ing Wu Ji could not get close to him at will, let alone others who were not ghost cultivators. While Lu Ye was killing the enemies, some people who thought they were smart lied on the ground and pretended to be dead, trying to deceive him. But there was no way to hide one's vitality. Those who pretended to be dead were really dead. The scattered screams gradually approached Ning Zizai's position. Finally, Ning Zizai saw a figure coming out of the green fog and rushing toward his position. He knew that he had been exposed. Without any hesitation, he summoned his spirit artifact and faced Lu Ye head-on. However, after only 3 breaths, his vision began to tilt, and the last thing he saw was a headless corpse. Lu Ye found that there were a few 9th-order cultivators among the myriad demons ridge cultivators who came this time, and it was not just the few that appeared on the map. There were at least 3 or 4 people hiding their cultivation in the crowd. Originally, they probably had some plans, but after the power of the 10,000 poison bead broke out, all their plans fell through. They could not kill Lu Ye immediately. As time passed and the poison broke out, the strength they could exert became weaker and weaker. In the end, they were all killed by Lu Ye one by one. The huge mine was noisy 2 hours ago, but at this moment it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Only Lu Ye's heavy breathing could be heard. Although most of the tens of thousands of myriad demons ridge cultivators did not die under his blade, even a small part of them made him feel tired. The spirit energy in his storage ring had been exhausted, and even the spirit energy in his body was only left with about 30%. It was conceivable that without the storage ring, Lu Yi would not have the capital to kill all the myriad demons' ridge cultivators even if he had used 10,000 poison beads this time. Compared to the consumption of spirit energy, the consumption of physical strength was more serious. His saber-wielding right arm had become numb, and his whole body was filled with an indescribable sense of weakness, as if he could collapse at any time. This wasn't the most difficult battle Lu Yi had experienced, because from beginning to end, the enemies he killed basically didn't put up much resistance against him. The only one who posed a little danger to him was the Ninth Order Body Cultivator, but that Ninth Order Body Cultivator had still been killed by the broken arrow. Because the mine was filled with poisonous fog, Yi couldn't help much in this battle. Lu Yi had already put Hu Po into his spirit beast pouch in advance. If Hu Po was still there, he could borrow some strength from Hu Po and the situation would be better. There was only one last group of people left. Lu Yi carried his long saber and walked towards the mine tunnel step by step. At this moment, dozens of people had gathered in the mine tunnel, frantically clearing the gravel in the mine tunnel in an attempt to escape. However, the mine tunnel was not spacious and could only accommodate a few people walking side by side at most. Coupled with the fact that they were poisoned, their efficiency was not high. Until now, they had cleared less than 500 meters of gravel. When they heard the sound of footsteps slowly approaching, the group of people's faces changed drastically. They looked back and saw Lu Ye's blood-stained figure walking into the mine tunnel step by step, carrying endless and cold murderous intent. The cultivators who were still alive felt their scalps go numb. Are all the people in the mine dead? That's 2,000 people. How could they all die so quickly? But if they listened carefully, there was no movement in the mine tunnel. At this moment, Lu Yi was here and there was no hope of escape. How could these people, who were greatly weakened by the poison, resist? What puzzled them even more was why Lu Yi was not affected by the poison. After all, even a Ninth Order Cloud River Realm cultivator could not resist the poisonous fog. At the very back of the crowd, a figure stood in the middle of the tunnel. This person wasn't tall or sturdy, and was clearly not a body cultivator. He had also been poisoned, and his exposed skin was a dark green color. But as he stood there, he gave off the feeling of a man who could hold back 10,000 enemies. Even facing Lu Yi, who had killed people like flies, there wasn't the slightest trace of fear on his face. In fact, there was even a bit of eagerness to try. Lu Yi saw this person's abnormality and did not know what this guy was thinking, but he was not in the mood to think too much about it. Now that all the myriad demon ridge cultivators who were still alive were in front of him, as long as he killed them, this plan could be completed perfectly. Lu Yi believed that after this, he would be able to live in peace for a long time. In the future, when his cultivation improved, he would be able to run amok in the Cloud River battlefield just like he did in the Spirit Stream battlefield. Exerting force in his legs, he leaped forward. The fiery red blade light cut through the poison fog, and the mountain pan saber slashed towards the cultivators blocking his path. A light curtain suddenly appeared in front of Lu Yi, blocking his path. Lu Ye's attack landed on the light curtain, but it only managed to dent it slightly, unable to break it. A protective array. Lu Yi took 2 steps back and sized up the myriad Devil Ridge cultivators who were wrapped up in the defensive array. He recalled Yi saying that a very powerful array cultivator had come to the myriad Devil Ridge, and that the explosion array he had set up in the mine had been broken by him one by one. It must be this person. Brother Sinan, well done. Song Jue's weak cheers came from the depths of the mine tunnel. He really did not expect that in such a crisis, Sinan would be at the back of the mine tunnel and block Lu Yi with a protective array. He did not even notice when Sinan had set up the protective array. This mine tunnel was narrow, and once the protective array was activated, the entire mine tunnel would be filled. Unless Lu Yi could break the protective array, he would not be able to pass. This was a pleasant surprise. As long as Sinan could hold on long enough, they could clean up the mine tunnel and escape with peace of mind. The premise was that they did not die from the poison before then. Therefore, Songzhi urged, "Brother Sinan, you must hold on." Inside the protective array's light curtain, Sinan's face was also full of weakness, but his expression was very confident. Dan Dan said, "Don't worry with me here, he can't come over." Chapter 635. In the mine tunnel, Sinan stood alone in front of Lu Yi. The light curtain of the protective formation formed an impregnable barrier, isolating Lu Ye's killing intent and bringing a rare sense of security to Song Zhui and the others. Lu Yi looked at the protective light curtain in front of him with a calm expression. The light curtain formed by such a hastily arranged protective formation was actually not very strong. After all, it had not accumulated enough spiritual power. Generally, the longer the protective formation was set up, the more spiritual power it accumulated, and the stronger its protective power would be. Moreover, the range of this protective formation was too small, so its natural upper limit would not be too strong. However, the formation was presided over by Sinan, so it was not easy for Lu Yi to break it by force. Besides, in his current state, it was not suitable for him to break the formation by force. However, Lu Yi never relied on brute force to break the formation. There was a faint flash of light in his eyes. With the help of the insight spiritual tattoos, he observed the nodes and flaws of the formation in front of him. The scene in his field of vision changed, and the traces of colorful spiritual force could be clearly seen. The protective light curtain, which looked as flat as a mirror with the naked eye, had a tiny flaw under the observation of the insight spiritual tattoo. It had to be said that this guy named Sinan had very high attainments in formations. So far, Lu Yi had not met any decent formation cultivator, but Sinan was definitely one. Right at this moment, Sinan said, "I've long heard that fellow Taoist Lu's attainments in formations are extremely high, but the formations you set up seem to be ordinary. I've cracked your formations, but can you crack mine?" Although he had not fought with Lu Yi directly, for a formation cultivator, setting up and breaking a formation was already a fight. He had cracked so many of Lu Ye's explosive formations in the mine tunnel before, and in the end, he even forced Lu Yi to activate many formations in advance. From his point of view, Lu Ye's attainments in formations were probably not as good as his, which was why he dared to block him here. Because he was confident that he could stop Lu Yi with his protective formation. Almost at the same time as his voice fell, Lu Yi raised his hand and shot out a formation flag. The formation flag flew out and accurately embedded in the protective light curtain. Sinan looked at this scene in astonishment because he clearly felt that the position where the formation flag was embedded was the node of his protective light curtain. The defensive power of this position was the weakest, which could also be said to be the weak point of the entire formation light curtain. Others might not know the nodes of the formation, but as the person who set up and presided over the formation, how could he not know? For formations like protective formations or trapping formations that were formed by light screens, using nodes to break through them was the most effective method. However, no matter how high a formation cultivator's attainments in the Tao of formations were, it was not so easy to find the nodes of a formation. This required direct contact with the light screen of the formation and a slow search. Only then would it be possible to find it. Moreover, it was only a possibility. Perhaps the node found was wrong. Especially now that he was in charge of the formation, he could change the speed of the flow of spiritual power on the light curtain with a single thought to conceal the location of the nodes. Was it a coincidence? Otherwise, how could it be so accurate? With a thought, he instinctively took control of the grand array, and the flow of spiritual energy on the light curtain suddenly increased several times. As a result, the positions of the nodes of the grand array also rapidly changed. Another formation flag flew out and was embedded in another node of the grand array. Then, a third, a fourth. Sinan's eyes bulged, and he looked like he had seen a ghost in broad daylight as he exclaimed, Impossible! At this moment, he finally realized that the scene just now was not a coincidence. If the first time was a coincidence, could it be the second, third, and fourth time? Liu Ye could actually see the location of the nodes of the Grand Array? But how could he, a fifth-order Cloud River Realm cultivator, have such an outrageous ability? What he saw in front of him had already exceeded his understanding. At this moment, he finally realized that the situation was not good. Regardless of whether Liu Ye's level of spirit arrays was inferior to his, at least in terms of breaking spirit arrays, he was absolutely incomparable. It was ridiculous that just a few breaths ago, he thought that with him presiding over the protective spirit array, it would be impregnable. The 4 formation flags were embedded in the nodes of the Grand Array. Liu Ye stepped forward, raised his hand, and pressed it on the light curtain of the Grand Array. The spirit chi around his body surged, and with his palm as the center, a fiery red spirit chi flowed out. Under his delicate control, a small yin and yang energy quickly spread out. Si Nan looked horrified because as the yin and yang elements spread out, the flow of spiritual power on the light curtain of the big formation became more and more stagnant, which gave him a huge resistance for no reason, hindering his control of the big formation. Si Nan gritted his teeth, waved the formation flags in his hand, and urged his spiritual energy to control the spirit array to resist Liu Ye. However, in just 5 breaths, the flow of spiritual energy on the light curtain of the Grand Array almost stagnated. Without the flow of spiritual energy, the Grand Array was like a pool of stagnant water, unable to play any role. Liu Ye's big hand on the light curtain suddenly exerted force. With a crash, the light curtain of the Grand Array shattered. Si Nan's expression became absent-minded at this moment, as if his mind had been shattered along with the light curtain of the Grand Array. With a flash of his blade, Liu Ye passed Si Nan and approached the mine tunnel step by step with his blood-stained saber. Behind him came the sound of Si Nan's body falling to the ground. He was an 8th-order Dharma cultivator, so his physique was not strong. The corrosion of the poison was more serious than that of other 8th-order cultivators. After the spirit array he relied on failed, he could only wait to die in front of Liu Ye. His figure fell to the ground while his eyes were opened wide, and he died with everlasting regret. It seemed that even until the end, he still didn't dare believe that the formation he'd set up was actually so weak and easily destroyed by Chen Shi. It was even to the extent that at the last moment of his life, he'd aroused extreme doubt towards his attainments in the Tao of formations. He was thinking too much. In terms of attainments in array Tao, Liu Ye was indeed better than him, but if he broke the spirit array step by step, it would not be so easy. But Liu Ye broke the spirit array with the help of insight spirit inscriptions. In this world, there were many spirit tattooists who could construct insight spirit inscriptions, but Liu Ye was the only one who dared to use insight spirit inscriptions on his eyes. Because no matter how experienced a spirit tattooist was, he could not guarantee that the spirit inscriptions he constructed would succeed. Eyes were the weakness of cultivators. Even physique cultivators, who were famous for their strong physique, had extremely fragile eyes. If the insight spirit inscriptions were added to the eyes, it would be a good thing, but if it failed, it would inevitably cause some indelible damage to the eyes. So since ancient times, no spirit tattooist dared to do so. Liu Ye dared to do so because the insight spirit inscriptions were attached to his talent tree. There was no possibility of failure when constructing them. With a thought, the spirit inscriptions were completed automatically. In the depths of the mine tunnel, Song Jue and the others, who had just felt a sense of security, felt chills all over their bodies. Just a few breaths ago, Si Nan had said something like, "Can you break my spirit array?" But in the blink of an eye, the spirit array was broken, and Si Nan was killed in great panic. The surviving cultivators of Myriad Demons Ridge couldn't help laughing at Si Nan's overestimation of his strength. It was like an ant standing in front of an elephant and asking the elephant if it could trample it to death. As a result, the elephant stepped on the ant and killed it. Lu Ye. Song Zhui gritted his teeth and shouted, "You are really a disaster! More than 2,000 people, and in just 4 hours, only a few dozen of them were left, and they were only facing a single enemy. Even Si Nan's spirit array could not stop him for a moment. One person slaughtered 2,000 people. In the cultivation world of 9 regions, such a thing had never happened before. It was unheard of, and they didn't even dare to think about it. But today, such a thing happened right under their noses. Song Zhui only hated Ing Wuji's incompetence. Previously in Huitian Valley, if Ing Wuji had been careful enough and had not been discovered in advance, he might have been able to kill Lu Ye, and there wouldn't have been all kinds of subsequent troubles. Now, in the operation to besiege and kill Lu Ye, countless cultivators of Myriad Demon's Ridge had died, but Lu Ye was still alive and well. Fellow Taoists, Song Zhui raised his arm and shouted, "We have no way out. If you want to live, follow me to kill this guy." He didn't say any more demagogic words because it was meaningless. In the current situation, they had no way to retreat, and only one side could survive between them and Lu Ye. Although they were all poisoned and their strength was greatly reduced, after all, they had the numbers. Moreover, the density of the poisonous fog had decreased, so it was not as dark as before. So, there was still a chance. As soon as he finished speaking, Song Zhui was the first to rush up. It was not that he was unafraid of death, but he was the strongest among everyone present. If he didn't set an example, the situation would only get worse. Only if he took action first would the others have the confidence to fight against Lu Ye. But soon, with a muffled groan, Song Zhui was sent flying, blood spurting out mid-air. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling shocked. He hadn't even been able to withstand a single blow from Lu Ye. One had to know that even if Yang Kai had been poisoned, he could still display strength comparable to a 6th-order master, while Lu Ye was just a 5th-order cultivator who was on the verge of death. How could he still display such strength? The narrowness of the mine limited the strength of the Myriad Demon's Ridge cultivators. At most, only 3 or 4 of them could besiege Lu Ye at the same time. Lu Ye walked forward step by step, the mountain-coiling saber constantly slashing out fiery red saber light. Screams and cries of alarm rang out from time to time, and wherever he passed, corpses fell into pools of blood. In just the time it took to brew a cup of tea, only a few people remained from the dozens of people who were still resisting stubbornly. Even these few people were all injured, and their faces were filled with despair. The artifact box at his waist buzzed as 9 streams of light flew out, accompanied by muffled groans. The few cultivators who were still struggling fell to the ground. Only Song Zhui still had some vitality left, but his injuries were not light. He had attacked Lu Ye twice before and was sent flying by Lu Ye's saber each time. There was a huge cut on his chest, and his beating heart was faintly visible. At this moment, he was leaning against the cave wall, looking at Lu Ye who was walking towards him step by step with despair. Chapter 636. Walking forward, Lu Ye looked down at Song Zhui condescendingly. Song Zhui spat out a mouthful of blood at Lu Ye. "One day, someone stronger than you will kill you. I will wait for you on the road to the Yellow Springs." Putting aside all kinds of schemes and bewitchment, Song Zhui was a courageous person. Even before death, he showed no signs of cowardice and looked very calm. Lu Ye pressed his saber against Song Zhui's chest and said calmly, "Don't make it sound like I'm an evil person. I just wanted to cultivate peacefully in return to Heaven Valley. You forced me out. You brought all of this upon yourselves." While speaking, he suddenly bent down and whispered in Song Zhui's ear, "After I kill you, I will return to the 9 states and enter the Spirit Stream battlefield again to destroy your Abyss Rainbow Hall station. From now on, I will enter the Spirit Stream battlefield every 2 months." At the moment of life and death, Song Zhui was fearless. However, when Lu Ye said this, he suddenly became agitated. "You dare? the saber pierced his body and slowly penetrated deep into his heart. Song Jue's eyes widened as he held the saber with both hands, allowing the sharp blade to cut his hands until they were dripping with blood. "Do you think I dare?" Lu Yi stood up straight, his slightly narrowed eyes full of contempt. Blood spurted out from Song Jue's chest as the saber was pulled out. His body fell limply as the light in his eyes quickly dimmed. Shaking off the blood on the mountain coiling saber, Lu Yi sheathed it and walked along the tunnel into the mine. After searching the mine and confirming that there were no signs of living people, he let out a long breath and sat down on the ground, his whole body spread out. He had consumed too much spirit energy and physical strength. Although he was not at the end of his rope, he was close. Previously, when he decided to leave the Taimong Mountains, he did not think that there would be such a development in the future. It was just that he inadvertently found this mine, which gave birth to some plans in his heart. Although there were some twists and turns, it was still under control. Now, the mine was filled with the corpses of myriad Demon Ridge cultivators. Among them, there were 7 or 8 ninth-order cultivators. There were even cultivators from first-grade sects like Song Jue. It could be said that the myriad Demons Ridge had suffered a great loss this time. If news of this spread, it would definitely alarm the entire battlefield of the Cloudy River and even the 9 states. Lu Ye's name would be noticed by those Spirit Sea Realm cultivators again. In the future, Lu Ye would be suppressed even more. There was nothing to regret. Even without this incident, the myriad Devil Ridge had always been targeting and suppressing him. However, they had never succeeded. On the contrary, he had been growing rapidly under the suppression. It could be said that without the suppression of the myriad Devil Ridge, his growth might not have been so fast. In a way, he had to thank the myriad Devil Ridge for targeting him. Although he was tired, it was not wise to stay here for long. The main reason was that the mine was filled with poisonous fog. Although Lu Yi was immune to all poisons, the talent tree needed fuel to purify and burn the toxins that invaded his body. Therefore, the longer he stayed here, the greater his losses would be. Therefore, even if Lu Yi wanted to fall asleep, he only rested for less than an incense stick's worth of time before quickly getting up. So many people from the myriad Devil Ridge had died. Each of them had at least 2 or 3 storage bags and various spirit weapons in their hand. This was a huge fortune. Lu Ye's figure shuttled through the pools of blood and many corpses, collecting the storage bags and spirit weapons scattered on the ground. While he was busy, a message suddenly came from the battlefield imprint. Lu Yi hurriedly checked and found that it was from Yi. Someone was clearing the gravel in the mine at the other end of the tunnel, and the 2 leaders were Xiao Liang and Tan Xing. Lu Yi could not help but sigh. These 2 bastards were really haunting him. Moreover, they were very lucky. If they had followed the 2,000 cultivators in before, they would have definitely died here. However, they had clearly come too late. Now that they were blocked by the collapsed mine, they had instead escaped with their lives. The cultivators outside the mine were not corroded by the poisonous fog, and their strength was not damaged. Therefore, the efficiency of clearing the mine was very high. According to Yi, they would be able to completely open the mine in less than an hour. There was not much time left. Lu Ye's movements became faster and faster. In less than an hour, Lu Yi had collected all the spoils of war. Although there were certainly some that he had missed, there was no time to slowly search. He rushed into the mine and walked to the collapsed mine. He listened carefully and indeed heard some voices and the sound of gravel being cleared from the other side. If he could hear the voices, it meant that the cultivators on the other side were not far away. Lu Yi hurriedly took Hu Pu out of the spirit beast bag. Yi appeared at the right time and rushed into Hu Po's body. Lu Yi stuffed Hu Po back into the spirit beast bag and then returned to the mine with a huge bag. He had already dispelled the forbidden space formation in advance. He leaped up and headed straight for a wall in the depths of the mine. After a short while, the lines of the formation on the wall flashed and the space distorted. Lu Ye's figure disappeared. Song Jue's guess was right. Lu Yi had indeed set up a transmission formation here in advance. However, it was not on the ground but on the rock wall to the side. In his plan to poison the cultivators of the myriad Devil Ridge, the chances of success were not small. However, he still had to be prepared. The transmission formation he set up in advance was his escape route. If the effects of the 10,000 poison pills did not meet his expectations, he would immediately use the transmission formation to leave this place. In the end, the effects of the 10,000 poison pills were better than he expected. It could be said that the deaths of the 2,000 cultivators of the myriad Devil Ridge were 70% due to the 10,000 poison pills. There were too many cultivators with low cultivation levels who were poisoned to death. One must know that these 10,000 poison pills were refined by Hua Xi when she was in the spirit stream stage. It was already so powerful. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the power of the 10,000 poison pills would be after Hua Xi advanced to the Cloud River stage. What would happen if she advanced to the True Lake stage and Divine Sea stage in the future? If she really had the chance to advance to the Divine Sea stage in the future, there would be no one in the 9 continents that she could not poison to death. Lu Yi had long known that Hua Xi must have obtained an incredible inheritance. However, after this battle, Lu Yi discovered that the inheritance Hua Xi had obtained was even more terrifying than he had imagined. In the mine, Lu Ye's figure disappeared as the transmission formation activated. After 3 breaths, the explosion formation activated in advance showed its power and blasted the location of the transmission formation into a mess. The violent tremors and sounds alarmed the cultivators of the myriad Devil Ridge, who were cleaning up the rubble at the other end of the mine. Xiao Yang and Tan Xing, who were in the lead, were even more bewildered. Since an hour ago, the movements from inside the mine gradually became sparse until there were no more sounds coming out. No one knew what the situation inside the mine was, but Xiao Yang and Tan Xing both felt a little uneasy. After a long time, a cry of surprise suddenly sounded. "It's open!" Accompanied by the cheers of that cultivator, a gap indeed appeared in the sealed mine. However, before everyone could rejoice, a dark green fog gushed out from the gap. A few cultivators near the gap were caught off guard and inhaled the fog. Immediately, they felt dizzy and their bodies went limp. "It's poisonous!" A cry of surprise sounded and the cultivators all retreated. "Get out of the way!" Xiao Yang shouted. Wielding his blade, he hacked forward. A blade beam shot out to destroy the final layer of obstructions before him. Broken rocks fell and the passageway was completely opened up. However, even more poisonous mists surged out along with the air currents, forcing the group of cultivators who had come forward to investigate the situation to back away in a wretched manner. In the end, the cultivators had no choice but to use their spiritual power to blow the poisonous fog back. Gradually, the scene in the depths of the mine was imprinted in everyone's vision. Everyone's faces paled when they saw it. In the depths of the mine, corpses were scattered everywhere. Blood flowed all over the ground and gathered into a stream, dyeing the ground red. "That's Senior Marshal Brother Song Jue." Someone saw Song Jue's figure on the cave wall and said in a trembling voice. This person had seen Song Jue outside Hutian Valley before. It had only been a few days, so he naturally recognized him at a glance. However, the high-spirited Ninth Order Master outside Hutian Valley was now half lying there like a pile of mud. His eyes were wide open, as if he had died with a grievance. Even the expression on his face was still filled with fear and unwillingness, as if he had heard something that terrified him before he died. Song Jue was dead, and more people had died not far from him. The mine was even quieter. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines as an uncontrollable thought surfaced in their minds. Someone shouted in a trembling voice, "Is there anyone else inside?" Only his voice echoed, but there was no response. There was the sound of someone swallowing their saliva with great difficulty. "I'll go in and take a look." Xiao Yang felt that the situation inside was not right, but he heard that 2,000 people from Myriad Demon Ridge had entered this mine. It was impossible that all of them had died, right? Be careful, Tan Xing warned. Xiao Yang nodded and urged his spiritual power to protect himself. Then, he swallowed a detoxification pill and rushed inside. In just a dozen breaths of time, he rushed out from inside. His expression was extremely solemn, and there was a faint layer of green on his face. What's the situation? Tan Xing asked. Xiao Yang shook his head. They're all dead. Even though he had guessed it, Tan Xing still found it hard to believe when Xiao Yang said this. They're all dead? There were 2,000 people. If there were not 2,000 pigs, how could they all die? He suddenly thought of something. Is Lu Ye also dead? I'm not sure, Xiao Yang shook his head. Although the poisonous fog in the mine was gradually thinning, it was not yet time for people to stay inside. Even though Xiao Yang was a 9th Order Master, he could not stay inside for too long. After a dozen breaths, he only took a quick glance, but the scene in his field of vision was like purgatory. Although he did not check carefully, he was sure that all the Myriad Demon Ridge cultivators who had entered the mine before were dead. Chapter 637. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, it would have been hard to imagine what kind of scene it was when more than 2,000 people died in a mine. Moreover, those were 2,000 Cloud River Realm cultivators, with many 8th or 9th Order Masters among them. It had been a long time since such a major event had happened on the Cloud River battlefield, so even if this news was only known to the cultivators of the Myriad Demon Ridge at first, in just half a day, everyone on the Cloud River battlefield knew about it. The Cloud River battlefield was shaken. The 9 states was shaken. As time passed, more and more details were revealed. It was not a coincidence that more than 2,000 cultivators had gathered together. They were chasing after Lu Ye of the Jade Blood Sect. Before this, they had received news that Lu Ye was seriously injured and was hiding in the mine to heal. They thought it would be a strong encirclement battle, but somehow, more than 20 million Devil Ridge cultivators died. Combined with the situation left behind at the scene, many cultivators were killed by poison, and those who had obvious external injuries all had traces of poisoning. In other words, Lu Ye had obtained a highly toxic substance from somewhere and used it in that claustrophobic environment. The mine was sealed, and the Myriad Demon Ridge cultivators had no hope of escaping. In the end, they were all wiped out. In fact, before Xiao Yang and Tan Xing brought people to investigate the situation inside the mine, a lot of news had already been spread. Many Myriad Demon Ridge cultivators, such as Ming Zhe of the Holy Eve's spiritual land, told their fellow disciples what happened in the mine before they died. Combined with the various information gathered from the scene, everyone could almost imagine the despair of the 2,000 people at that time. More than 2,000 people were trapped in a claustrophobic environment and slowly lost the power to resist. Those with weak cultivations were directly poisoned to death, and those with high cultivations were killed by Lu Ye one by one. In the end, it created that hellish scene. Lu Ye again. Back when he was still in the Spirit Stream realm, he had caused quite a stir in the Spirit Stream battlefield, and had even alerted the Spirit Sea realm cultivators on several occasions. That was especially true after his cultivation base had reached the 9th heaven, and the entire Spirit Stream battlefield had fallen under his shadow. His promotion from the Spirit Stream realm to the Cloud River realm was stable for a period of time. Only the opening of the hunting ground last time caused some disturbances. But that disturbance couldn't be compared to this one. 20 million Devil Ridge cultivators were poisoned to death by one person. How bizarre and terrifying! Along with the news, there were many questions. Where did Lu Ye get such a poisonous thing? In the entire 9 prefectures, there were many poisons that could kill cultivators at the Cloud River tier. However, there were very few that could kill so many cultivators at once. Moreover, those poisons were not things that ordinary cultivators at the Cloud River tier could come into contact with. Even the Tianji treasure trove would not sell them. That was because these poisons were things that could break the balance. Tianji treasure trove had always been fair and just, so these kinds of things that could break the balance would definitely not appear in the Tianji treasure trove. Moreover, so many cultivators from the Myriad Demon's Ridge had died. Was Luya dead? Many cultivators from the Myriad Devil Ridge were poisoned to death. However, there were still many cultivators with higher cultivation and stronger strength who could still fight. Even if their strength was greatly reduced, Luya alone should not be a match for them. But soon there was conclusive news. Luya's body was not found in the mine. In other words, that fellow was definitely still alive, but no one knew where he was hiding. Combined with this person's ability to set up a teleportation array, he should have used the teleportation array to leave the mine after killing the cultivators from the Myriad Demon's Ridge. Moreover, the storage pouches of the dead cultivators were basically empty. This guy had killed so many people, and he even had the time to collect the spoils of war. This was simply unreasonable. The cultivators of the Myriad Demon's Ridge were furious. More and more cultivators from the Myriad Demon's Ridge moved toward the periphery of the Taimong Mountains. They swore to find Luya and kill him to avenge their fellow cultivators who had died. Although Luya had caused a lot of trouble in the past and had killed many cultivators from the Myriad Demon's Ridge, he had never killed so many people at once. It could be said that such an outrageous thing had never happened in the history of the 9 prefectures. In the past, the Myriad Demon's Ridge had targeted Luya more because of their different standpoints and the temptation of the huge reward. However, it was different now. Many of their fellow cultivators, friends, and even family members had died at Luya's hand. Their conflict with Luya was not only because of their opposing camps, but also because of their own blood feud. It could be said that after the news of the battle in the mine spread, the cultivators of the Myriad Demon's Ridge became even more eager to kill Luya. They had never been so eager before. The cultivators of the Grand Heaven Alliance who heard the news naturally did not want to be left out. They also gathered in this area. They were not here to watch the show, but now that a large number of cultivators from the Myriad Demon's Ridge had gathered, it was the best time to secretly hunt. For a time, this large area was surging with wind and clouds. In the East 56th Heaven's secret city, there was a hubbub of voices as cultivators came and went. A group of 5 people entered the city and headed straight for the Heaven's Secret Commerce Alliance. The cultivation of these 5 people was not high. They were basically between the 3rd Order and 5th Order. In the Cloud River battlefield, such a team was very common. These 5 people were Ghost Shadow's team, and the leader was Senior Brother Chin. Junior Brother, it's all thanks to you that we were able to survive this time. Let's go, Senior Brother will treat you to some delicious food today. We won't go back until we're drunk. Senior Brother Chin patted Ghost Shadow's shoulder and laughed. Thinking back to 3 days ago, Senior Brother Chin and the others still had lingering fears. At that time, if Ghost Shadow had not dissuaded them, they would have definitely rushed into the mine with the other cultivators. Only death would have awaited them then. More than 2,000 cultivators had died without leaving a single one. Even a 9th Order cultivator like Song Jue had died. How could they, a few 3rd Order and 5th Order cultivators, survive under such circumstances? When the news of what had happened in the mine spread, everyone felt as if they had just narrowly escaped death. Their gazes towards Ghost Shadow were filled with admiration. They did not stay there for too long. Previously, they had stayed there to wait for the result. Now that the results were out, and it was a result that shook the entire 9 states, there was naturally no need to stay. The few of them rushed all the way here, preparing to rest and recuperate for a few days. Junior Brother, how is your perception of danger so sharp? Teach Senior Sister, who stood on the other side of Ghost Shadow and said with a smile. Ghost Shadow shook his head. It's not that I'm hiding it, but it seems to be my natural instinct. There's no way I can teach it. However, Senior Brother and Senior Sister, if you trust me, please remember one thing. Senior Brother Qin and Senior Sister, whose expressions turned serious. Ghost Shadow said in a serious tone, anything related to Lu Ye is definitely not a good thing. In the future, wherever Lu Ye appears, even if there are great benefits, you must avoid him. So strange. Senior Sister, who raised her eyebrows slightly. Ghost Shadow sighed. I've been involved in matters related to him 3 times in a row, but every time, a large number of cultivators died tragically. Especially this time. While speaking, he could not help but shiver. Senior Brother Qin nodded. We'll remember your words. In the future, wherever Lu Ye appears, we'll take a detour. Isn't that simple? The few of them chatted and laughed as they entered a restaurant. The few of them were usually traveling outside, so they didn't have the chance to come to this kind of place to eat. But this time, no matter what, they had survived a great disaster, so it didn't matter if they indulged a little and relaxed their mood. In the same city, in a guest room on the 3rd floor of the Heavenly Secret Commerce Alliance, Lu Yi was lying on the ground with his arms and legs spread out, looking like he was better off dead. Hu Po was lying on the ground beside him. He looked up at him and reached his claws into the storage pouch hanging around his neck. He took out a Yao core and stuffed it into his mouth, crunching it. He sat not far from Lu Yi. She took out the items from the storage pouches one by one and put them away by category. Seeing Lu Ye's lazy appearance, she said, If you're tired, then rest. I'm not tired. Lu Yi jumped up. He had never thought that having so many spoils of war could also be a kind of trouble. He had collected many storage pouches in the past, but none of them were as exaggerated as this time. There were 20 million Devil Ridge cultivators. On average, each of them had 2 or 3 storage pouches or more. Even if he had missed some during his search, the number of storage pouches he had collected this time was as high as 5,000. If these storage pouches all belonged to Spirit Stream tier cultivators, he would not have to worry. He could pack them all up and sell them to the Heavenly Secret Commerce Alliance. In any case, there were not many good things in the storage pouches of Spirit Stream tier cultivators. However, the owners of these storage pouches were all at the Cloud River tier, so he could not deal with them so casually. Who knew if there were any treasures inside? He could only open them one by one. Although Lu Ye's efficiency in opening restriction locks was very high, such a large number made him a little numb. 3 days ago, he left the bloody mine through the transportation formation he had left behind. After that, he did not delay and dragged his tired body all the way to this heavenly secret city. This was because he knew that the longer he delayed, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. The Devil Ridge cultivators who had died in the mine were definitely not all. There were definitely more people gathering in that direction. If he delayed for too long, he might fall into an encirclement again. If he did not have so many spoils of war, he could still hide outside with the concealment and aura-concealing spirit inscriptions. However, it was unrealistic to hide with so many spoils of war. To him, entering the Heavenly Secret Commerce Alliance to rest and reorganize was the safest and most reliable thing. His journey was safe and sound. After entering this place, he asked for a guest room and rested peacefully for a day. It was not until today that he had completely recovered. Under Yi's urging, he began to open the restriction lock. However, there were too many of them. Looking at the storage pouches piled up like a small mountain in front of him, Lu Yi was more willing to fight a battle of wits and courage with the Devil Ridge cultivators. However, this was still a large amount of wealth. Therefore, even if he was frustrated, he could only be patient and open the restriction locks one by one. Yi was in charge of checking the items in the storage pouches and then sorting out the useful items. Chapter 638. As the aftermath of the battle in the mine continued to ferment, a large number of cultivators entered the area to search for Lu Ye's whereabouts. Although more than 20 million Devil Ridge cultivators had died at his hands, including many 8th or 9th Order Masters, they were all killed by poison after all. It had nothing to do with Lu Ye's strength. As far as the myriad Demon Ridge cultivators knew, Lu Yi was only a 5th-order Cloud River Realm cultivator, so even if the result of the battle in the mine was shocking, it could not erase their enthusiasm and determination to find Lu Yi. Moreover, after such a battle, in the eyes of the myriad Demon Ridge cultivators, even if Lu Yi did not die, it was impossible for him to be safe and sound. Therefore, he could not have escaped far and was hiding nearby. As for the poison he had used, although it was frightening, it was something that could kill 2,000 people, so it must be extremely precious. Lu Yi might not have it in his hands. Even if he did, it did not matter too much. As long as he was not in a secluded environment like the mine, it would not be a big problem. It could be said that after the battle in the mine, the myriad Demon Ridge cultivators' targeting of Lu Yi not only did not lessen, but also intensified. On the 2nd floor of a tea-house facing the Heavenly Secret Commerce Union in the East 56th Heaven's Secret City, a cultivator was waiting quietly. A moment later, 2 figures quietly arrived and sat opposite him. The 2 who came later were a man and a woman. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. When they stood together, they could be said to be a perfect match. However, both of them had a burning flame mark on their foreheads. In the entire 9 provinces, only the cultivators of one great force had such an eye-catching mark. Sacred Flame Sect. Senior Brother Chu, Senior Sister Zhou. The cultivator who had been waiting here hurriedly stood up and saluted. Chu Yun nodded slightly and looked at the Heavenly Secret Commerce Union, asking, "Are you sure that is Lu Yi?" The cultivator said, "I didn't see his face. He was wearing an evil ghost mask, but judging from his figure, he was no different from Lu Yi. He was also carrying a huge bag." Zhou Pei's soft voice sounded. "Lu Yi had a small white beast with him. Did you see it?" "I haven't seen that before." This was also what he was puzzled about. Lu Yi always had a little white beast by his side, and it had almost become his signature. However, he didn't see any white beast that day, so he didn't dare to be too sure that the person he saw was Lu Yi. However, to be cautious, he still spread the news. Both of them were 9th-order Cloud River Realm Masters, which showed just how much importance Sacred Flame Sect attached to this matter. After all, Fire Prairie had died at the hands of Lu Yi. Furthermore, there was an irreconcilable enmity between the Sacred Flame Sect and the Jade Blood Sect. If there was a sect in the Myriad Devil Ridge that wanted to destroy the Jade Blood Sect the most, it would be the Sacred Flame Sect. Both of them had rushed over from their own sects in the 9 state. The Fire Prairie had been killed, and many of their disciples had died. The Sacred Flame Sect would definitely think of a way to take revenge. Therefore, after receiving the news, they came here immediately. However, they did not expect to receive such an answer. Chu Yun gazed in the direction of the Heavenly Secret Business Alliance. He tapped his finger on the table and said slowly, "Lu Yi escaped from the mine. He must not be in perfect condition. He must find a place to recover. The Heavenly Secret Business Alliance is a good choice." Zhou Pei said, "Senior brother, do you think that is Lu Yi?" "Most likely. But there is no trace of that little white beast. Some time ago, a new secret technique that can change the situation of the beast taming school appeared in the Heavenly Secret Treasury. There is also a new thing called the Spirit Beast Pouch. It seems to have come from a sealed world. The function of the Spirit Beast Pouch is to store monster beasts. This matter was not a secret. Nowadays, in the 9 regions, as long as the cultivators of the beast taming school had enough merit points, they would buy that secret method from the Tianji treasury. However, so far, no cultivator had been able to fully display that secret method. Zhou Pei suddenly understood. "Senior brother, do you think that Lu Yi has a spirit beast pouch?" Although spirit beast pouches are rare and expensive, with Lu Yi's status, he can still afford it. As for that huge bag, junior sister, don't forget that 2,000 cultivators died in the mine. Before Lu Yi left, he took all the storage pouches. Therefore, that bag contains a storage pouch. When Lu Ye walked into the Heavenly Secret Business Alliance, he had indeed attracted a lot of attention. After all cultivators were equipped with storage pouches. Very few people walked around with bags of various sizes, let alone carrying a huge bag. Therefore, even though he had only stayed on the first floor of the Heavenly Secret Business Alliance for a short time, he had attracted a lot of attention. In the beginning, no one thought too much about it. However, as time passed, some people gradually came to a realization. Currently, Zhou Yun and the others were not the only ones secretly watching the Heavenly Secret Business Alliance. Even on the second floor of the restaurant, there were several pairs of eyes secretly observing the Heavenly Secret Business Alliance. It was not that Lu Ye did not expect that he would be exposed because of that huge bag. However, he had no other choice at that time unless he was willing to give up on the spoils of war. If it were 100 or 200 storage pouches, he would have given them up. However, Lu Ye could not bear to give up on a few thousand storage pouches. We can basically confirm that it is Lu Ye. Chu Yun concluded. Fighting is not allowed in the Heavenly Secret Business Alliance. If he hides inside, we can't do anything to him. He will come out eventually. As Chu Yun spoke, he looked around and happened to see a familiar face looking in his direction. Their eyes met and they nodded to each other. Everything was understood without words. The current situation was that a large number of myriad Devil Ridge cultivators were searching for Lu Ye's whereabouts. However, a small number of people had received some vague information and gathered at the Tianji city in the East 56. They were scattered all over the place, secretly watching the exit of the Tianji Business Alliance. As a result, the cultivators who stayed in the city vaguely sensed something strange. In recent days, the number of experts in the city seemed to have increased. In the guest room of the Heavenly Secret Business Alliance, Lu Yi and Lu Yi worked together. One of them opened the restriction locks on the storage pouches, while the other sorted out the contents of the storage pouches. There were more than 5,000 storage pouches. No matter how efficient Lu Yi was at opening the restriction locks, it would take at least 7 or 8 days to complete. This made the myriad Devil Ridge experts who were secretly watching from outside feel helpless. No one had seen with their own eyes whether Lu Yi had entered the Heavenly Secret Business Alliance or not. It was just a suspicion. They had sent people into the Heavenly Secret Business Alliance to search, but they didn't find much. Now that days had passed and there was still no sign of Lu Yi, many people began to have doubts. Could it be that Lu Yi hadn't come here? If he hadn't come, it would be a waste of time to continue waiting here. Even if he had come, who knew when he would come out? The Tianji Business Alliance's lodging fee was not low, but Lu Yi was a rich man after all. He could even afford to treat the Tianji pillar, and he had done it twice. To him, the lodging fee was nothing more than a drop in the ocean. If he had stayed in the Heavenly Secret Business Alliance for a year and a half, would they still have to wait for so long? For a time, many people were irritated, but there was nothing they could do. In the guest room, Lu Yi was still opening the restriction lock. After a lot of effort, the number of storage pouches piled up in front of him was finally reduced by half. However, he didn't find anything special. Most of the cultivator's storage pouches contained some spirit pills, spirit stones, spirit weapons, and spirit talismans. Most of them were some random materials, such as collected ores, spirit flowers, and spirit herbs. Although the items were complicated, it was indeed a considerable fortune when all of them were gathered together. Lu Yi originally didn't have many spirit pills left, but now he had replenished them. It was worth mentioning that they had collected quite a few Yao cores from demonic beasts. These things were Hu Po's rations. Ever since he had eaten a Yao core, Hu Po had lost interest in spirit pills. After all, consuming a Yao core could help him grow faster. The only good news for Lu Yi was that even if he kept opening the restriction locks, it didn't affect his cultivation. The gluttonous meal continued to operate, and he threw a few spirit pills into his mouth from time to time. Although the spirit chi in the guest room was not as rich as in the spiritual land, it didn't affect his cultivation too much. A few days ago, he had contacted fourth senior brother and learned that everything in Huitian Valley was stable. Giant armor had found the wolves and no one from the myriad Devil Ridge dared to disturb them. They were all cultivating in peace. This made Lu Yi feel a lot more at ease. Although he had said that when he left Huitian Valley, it was still unknown whether or not it could deter the cultivators of the myriad Demon's Ridge. Especially after the battle in the mine, there might be people who were blinded by anger who would go to the spiritual land to cause trouble. But now it seemed that his words were still very deterrent. Before he died, the myriad Devil Ridge cultivators would definitely not dare to have any ideas about returning to Huitian Valley's spiritual land. As for when he killed Song Jue, he said that he would return to the Spirit Stream battlefield and the Abyss Rainbow Hall's encampment. That was just a casual remark. Naturally, he wouldn't really do it. The main reason was that Song Jue's unyielding appearance was annoying. It was clearly the myriad Devil Ridge who kept causing trouble. He had never taken the initiative to cause trouble and only wanted to cultivate peacefully in the spiritual land. But in the end, it was as if he was some kind of evil person who wouldn't shrink from any crime. He had only said those words to frighten Song Jue before he died. That sentence was very effective. The unyielding Song Jue died with grievances because of him. This was probably what it meant to kill and destroy the heart. Lu Yi, Yi suddenly shouted, interrupting the messy thoughts in Lu Ye's mind. He looked up and saw that Yi was holding something in her hand. He said with some surprise, "Look at what this is." Lu Yi focused his vision and was stunned. A sound suddenly came from the storage bag in his hand that was opening the restriction lock. The entire storage bag exploded, turning into fragments all over the ground. He was careless and didn't control his strength well, triggering the restriction lock in the restriction lock. The storage bag exploded, and the things inside also turned to dust. Lu Yi didn't care, it was just a storage bag, nothing more. He excitedly took the item from Yi's hand and asked, "Where did you find this?" Chapter 639. What Lu Yi held in his hand was something that looked like a fruit core. Moreover, he also had one of these. Taking out his own fruit core and comparing it, there was almost no difference. It could be said that they were carved from the same mold. Breath fruit core. The breath fruit core was the core of the breath fruit, and the breath fruit was a spirit fruit that only grew in the Chess Sea. Its flesh had the effect of quickly restoring a cultivator's spirit energy, while its core had a myriad of strange uses. When Lu Yi was in the Fifth Order Spirit Stream realm, he took Hua Ci with him to participate in the Spirit Stream battle. The two of them used their unique abilities to lead the guardian envoys of the various sects of Grand Heaven Alliance to turn the situation around. In the end, they occupied the central position of the Chess Sea, where there was an breath fruit tree with many breath fruit. Because Lu Yi and Hua Ci played a crucial role in the entire Spirit Stream battle, one of the fruits was given to Lu Yi while the others were auctioned off. In the end, the breath fruit he obtained was given to Shui Yuan. The flesh of the breath fruit was refined into breath fruit wine by Shui Yuan, but it was all used up now. The breath fruit core became the key for him to enter the mirage to temper himself. However, not all breath fruit cores could allow cultivators to enter the mirage. After all, these things had very strange uses. Li Baxian once told him that a myriad demons mountain range sect once obtained an breath fruit core, and that breath fruit core's function was to greatly enhance the power of spirit arrays. Therefore, in the Spirit Stream battlefield, there was a myriad demons mountain range sect encampment that was impregnable. There were also some breath fruit cores that had no special uses, but could be sold to the Heaven's secret treasure house for at least 100,000 merit points. There were also some breath fruit cores that could improve a cultivator's perception and subtly change a cultivator's aptitude. Some breath fruit cores were even connected to rich spirit stone veins. In short, there was no fixed use for these things, and all kinds of strange uses could appear. When Lu Yi first heard of these things, he only felt that the breath fruit core was very magical and didn't think too much about it. However, as his cultivation and experience gradually increased, he slowly became aware of some things. The breath fruit cores had all kinds of strange uses, and most likely, they were not their own, but were given to them by the heavens. For example, the breath fruit core that Lu Yi had was just a key. Every time he used it, he would enter the mirage, which allowed him to temper himself without restraint. On the one hand, Lu Yi's saber skills were obtained from life and death battles with the cultivators of the myriad Devil Ridge. On the other hand, he had also obtained them from training in the mirages. Every time he trained, he would end up dying. The experiences he had memorized with his own life and body were undoubtedly extremely precious. Lu Yi was. There was no need to delve into this. What Lu Yi was curious about was the use of this breath fruit core that he had inadvertently obtained. Thinking so, Lu Yi picked up the breath fruit core and poured his spirit power into it, ready to investigate it. No matter what it was used for, since it was carried around by someone, it certainly wasn't something useless. He immersed his mind and his vision blurred. When Lu Yi recovered, he had appeared in a small enclosed space. There was nothing around him except for a door in front of him. There was a line of large words on it that read, "To enter the Mirage Realm, you need to spend 100 merit points." Lu Yi frowned. Did he take the wrong one? This was clearly the effect of his breath fruit core. He didn't push open the door because once he did, he wouldn't be able to come out unless he was killed. Opening his eyes, he picked up another breath fruit core and poured his spirit power into it. Just like before, in the next moment, he appeared in a small enclosed space. There was nothing but a door with a line of large words on it that read, "To enter the Mirage Realm, you need to spend 100 merit points." Lu Yi was stunned and stared at the door. He was sure that he didn't take the wrong one just now, but the two breath fruit cores had the same effect, which was to enter the Mirage Realm. This made Lu Yi a little dumbfounded. He thought he got a good thing, but who knew it was the same as what he had? This made some unpleasant memories emerge in his heart. When he was still in the spirit stream realm, he once entered this small space and met a cultivator from the myriad Devil Ridge here. As a result, that guy killed him several times. Since then, Lu Yi was very vigilant every time he urged the breath fruit core to enter here, for fear of encountering that person again. At that time, he speculated that the other party should also have a breath fruit core with the same effect as the one in his hand, but at that time, he hadn't been blessed by Tianji. The other party was wrapped in thick fog, and he couldn't see the other party's appearance. He could only be sure that the person was from the myriad Devil Ridge and his cultivation was much higher than his. The reason they could meet in this small space was obviously because they both urged the breath fruit core at the same time. The probability was very small, so Lu Yi had only met the other party once so far. After being killed a few times, Lu Yi swore to himself that one day, he would take his revenge, so, the original owner of the breath fruit core he got this time was the myriad Devil Ridge cultivator he met here? If so, it was too much of a coincidence. However, Lu Yi wasn't surprised that this kind of thing happened to him. After all, he was also a person who was blessed by Tianji and had great luck. Although sometimes he was quite unlucky, overall, his luck wasn't bad. The only pity was that Lu Yi didn't know who the original owner of this breath fruit core was, so even if he inadvertently took revenge, it didn't raise his interest. The other party had the breath fruit core, so he obviously had an extraordinary background. After all, he was a cultivator from a big sect, and judging from the traces of the other party killing him last time, that guy was a weapon cultivator. So, the original owner of the breath fruit core should be a powerful weapon cultivator, definitely an 8th order or even 9th order. Lu Yi immediately remembered that he did kill a 9th order weapon cultivator in the mine. Under normal circumstances, he was probably not the other party's opponent, but at that time, that person was corroded by a strong poison, so the strength he could exert was greatly reduced. Even so, it took Lu Yi a full 10 breaths to finish him off. Because that person's combat skills were very good, obviously tempered thousands of times. It was a match. The original owner of the breath fruit core should be the 9th order weapon cultivator who died at his hands. The other party often honed his battle skills in the Mirage, so his performance before his death was better than any other 9th order weapon cultivator, and his battle skills were much better. However, no matter how many skills you had, you couldn't beat a poison bead. Lu Yi also didn't expect that the enmity he had formed in this small space would be resolved in such a way. But I have 2 breath fruit cores with the same effect. And I can give one to 4th senior brother when I have the chance later. It's still very useful to hone in the Mirage, and I don't have to worry about dying. At most, I'll feel some pain at the moment of death. Withdrawing his mind from the small space, Lu Yi put the 2 breath fruit cores into the storage space on the back of his hand and continued to work hard with EE. Days passed, and finally, at a certain moment, the seal on the last storage bag in Lu Ye's hand was cracked. After tossing the storage pouch to Yi, Lu Yi stood up and stretched his back. He was finally free. After a while, Yi pushed nearly 100 storage bags in front of Lu Yi. Almost every one of these storage bags was full. The nearly 100 storage bags were divided into 3 parts by Yi. She pointed to one of them and said, "These are all spirit pills, spirit stones, and monster cores of monster beasts that you can use." She then pointed to the pile in the middle and said, "These can be brought back to the sect." There were some things that Lu Yi couldn't use, but the junior brothers and sisters in the sect could use them. They were all placed in these storage bags. When they were brought back to the sect, they could be put into the sect's treasure vault for future use. She then pointed to the last pile. "These are not very useful. You can sell them to the Tianji Business Alliance or the Tianji Treasure Vault." With EE, a little expert in overall planning, there were many things that Lu Yi didn't have to worry about. This undoubtedly saved him a lot of time. Lu Yi nodded and sat down again. He poured out the things in the first 2 piles of storage bags one by one and put them into his storage space. His storage space was formed by Madame Yun's void tattoo, so the internal space was very large. Even so, after storing all the needed treasures, there wasn't much space left in the entire space. It had to be said that the number of spoils obtained this time was too astonishing. After all, it was the net worth of more than 20 million Devil Ridge cultivators. "Help me call a steward up." Lu Yi looked at the storage bags on the ground that hadn't been dealt with and ordered. It was not convenient for him to show himself, so he didn't have to worry about this if he let Yi do it. Yi responded and pushed the door open and walked out. Not long after, Yi led a Business Alliance steward in. At a glance, he saw the storage bags stacked like a small mountain in the room. The middle-aged steward, who had seen a lot of things, couldn't help but twitch his eyes. Basically, it was normal for a cultivator to have 2 or 3 storage bags. 4 or 5 storage bags were considered too many. If there were more, they would be the spoils of war obtained from killing people. There were only a few people who could bring dozens of storage bags to the Tianji Business Alliance in a year. But how many storage bags were stacked in front of him? The middle-aged steward's eyes were sharp. With just a glance, he estimated that the number of storage bags here was probably more than 4,000 or 5,000. What he saw was not storage bags stacked like a mountain, but dead lives. He originally thought that it was just an ordinary transaction, but in the end, he found that the scene was beyond his imagination.